Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call this meeting to order. It's 10 o'clock right now. And like always, we like to begin our Commissioners Court with an opening prayer, this time by Pastor Rosalind Euchster of Galesburg United Methodist Church. If you would pray for us, please.
Before we pray, I just want to say something. Our church has just gone through a revival, and I was so tired. By the time I got home last night, I have got to send a text and say, I just can't do this. But then I was reminded that this is a privilege to live in a country that y'all will allow people to come in. And so I thank you for this honor, and I'm thankful for the privilege. So will you pray with me?
Absolutely.
Our most gracious Heavenly Father, I want to just thank you. Thank you for another day. Thank you for this country that we live in our county. And I want to thank you for these people who serve us. And then, Lord, of all these Thanksgivings, I just want to ask that you will be with us during this meeting, that you will give these people wisdom and knowledge and guidance, that the decisions that they make will be pleasing to you, will glorify you and our county, and make them ever mindful of the people that they are representing, Lord. And finally, Lord, I just want to ask all of these things in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, who loves us more than we can imagine. Amen.
Amen. And we wish to thank you very much for being here and leading us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. I feel blessed. We feel blessed. Thank you. All right. Now our pledges. Commissioner Orange, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank all of you for being here today. Okay, do we have any public comments on any agenda items that anyone has signed up for? If not, we have a proclamation to present. It's the first one I've done since I've been back again. Used to have these all the time. And this is really one of the high spots of the meeting each time we get to give a proclamation. And I see that we have good attendance today from the Lions Club to receive that. Where is my proclamation? Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation, and then there will, as I'm presenting it, then we'll have a photo op, and that'll raise the intelligence of our Commissioners Court considerably, I'm sure. So, thank you very much. We'll go with whereas the Gainesville Lions Club, with the motto "We Serve," was organized in 1948 through the efforts of Cecil Newland, a local business owner, and was sponsored by the Denton Lions Club. And whereas the Gainesville Lions Club is well known for its successful initiatives in vision, health, and working first to make sure that any child cannot afford for both eyes, for both the eye exam and the eyeglasses, and second, the pre-screening of children's vision as young as 6 months old is taken care of for free. And whereas Gainesville Lions Club contributes to the entities of the Texas Lions Camp, Organ and Eye Bank, Leader Dogs for the Blind, Northwest Lions Eyeglass Recycling Center, Julian C. Higher Lions Youth Camp, and World Services for the Blind. And whereas the members of the Gainesville Lions Club have donated funds to support organizations such as Visto, Abigail's Arms, Texoma Family Shelter, the Cooke County United Way, and the FLAG Flag Program, and have volunteered in schools and participated in other service projects. And whereas the Gainesville Lions Club has shown by its actions and good works for the past 75 years that it is a significant asset, providing leadership and funding projects that have greatly benefited the area and its citizens, as well as people around the world. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Cooke County, Texas does hereby proclaim Thursday, August 10th, 2023 as Gainesville Lions Club 75th Anniversary Day in Cooke County. And I urge all citizens to recognize the achievements the Gainesville Lions Club has made for our area and commend the club for its wonderful heritage and a bright future, passed and approved on this, the 24th day of July, 2023. So remember, August 10th will be the day.
Second.
I said so moved.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here was
Say fine.
So we have a motion, Commissioner Snug, second, Commissioner Arndt. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And there are none. And where have we normally been?
Out on the steps, front steps,
Front steps?
about here.
Oh, right out the, okay. Told you this is my first one back. It's been a long time since I've done one of these.
See, some new one would have been new one furniture.
Right. We'll take a short break just for a second, go for this photo op here, and if the commissioners will join me, and we'll go right out to resume at 10:14, and we will resume with item number 7, the consent agenda.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as it is.
Commissioner Snuggs makes a motion to approve the consent agenda as is.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Hollowell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Consent agenda passes 5-0. Item number 8, deliberate and consider possible approval of the treasurer's monthly report for June 2023. And I'll make the motion that we approve the treasurer's monthly report for
I
June
second.
of 2023. Second, Commissioner Snuggs, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Item 8 passes 5-0. Item number 9, deliberate and consider possible approval of the treasurer's quarterly report for April, June 2023. And once again, I'll make the motion that we approve the treasurer's quarterly report for April through June of 2023.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Snuggs. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There. Item number 9 passes 5-0. Takes us to item number 10. Consider and possibly approve the Texoma Community Center Consulting Agreement beginning September 1st, 2023 for mental health services in the jail and authorize the county judge to sign the agreement.
Shelley was supposed to speak to that. The judge, the sheriff's at a conference. What that is, that's just a renewal with Texoma Community for mental health service, just what it says it is.
Okay.
It's funded by the SCAP program, which is the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, I think is what it stands for. So no financial impact to us. I'd make the motion, we approve that.
All right, Commissioner Hollowell makes the motion that we approve item number 10. Do I hear a second? Second, Commissioner Sicking, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And there are none. Item 10 passes 5-0. Item number 11, consider and possibly approve the sheriff's office moving money into vehicle maintenance and budget amendment for the same.
As everybody knows, he's been telling us for weeks and months now that he's having difficulty getting new cars, so he's having to keep up what he has. And this is a budget amendment to move from inmate housing into vehicle repairs. Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion to approve item number 11 is Commissioner Hollowell, second by Commissioner Snuggs. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And there are none. Item 11 passes 11-0. Item number 12, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the residential service agreement between Cooke County and Grayson County Juvenile Services for FY '24. Who knows anything about that one?
That should fall on you, Judge.
It should, but what do we know about that one?
I have the papers if you want to read.
Yes, I'd like to do that.
Oh, crap.
Okay. All right, and I'll just read Article 1, the purpose. The purpose of this agreement is to make facilities available to juvenile probation departments with the need of a pre-adjudication detention facility and/or post-adjudication secure correctional facility in order to carry out the Texas Family Code Title III Juvenile Justice Code for services of juvenile-aged children, hereinafter referred to as child or resident. Now, I think we all know that we have had a long-standing agreement with the Grayson County Juvenile Services, and it's served well. So with that, I don't know too many of the details of this particular.
What it does is provide housing for Cooke County, who partners with Grayson, Cooke, and Fannin. So I think it's just simply a renewal, Judge.
I think it's what it is. Do I hear a motion that we pass item number 12?
I'll make that motion.
Motion, Commissioner Snug, second.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Arndt. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Item 12 passes 5-0. Passes. Oh, that's all right. We can pass it back down. Okay, item number 13, deliberate and consider possible approval of final plat for Flightman Estates, Commissioner Matt Sicking.
Move to approve.
Second?
Okay. Motion to approve item number 13, Commissioner Sicking. Second, Commissioner Hollowell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Was no discussion. Item number 13 passes 5-0. Item number 14, deliberate and consider the possible approval of the final plat and subdivision regulation waivers for Dove Landing. Mr. Snuggs.
That one's Adams.
This is actually mine.
Oh, okay,
I just made sure it got on court.
Jason got it on court for me.
okay.
This is Dove Landing, we've been working with for a while, Mr. Clint Hamilton. And what he's asking in there is for a revocable letter of credit, which he has through First State. With the stuff that he's done already, less this and that, it's a $250,000 line of credit for the road, finishing the road. And I move to approve.
Okay, Commissioner Arndt makes a motion to approve item number 14, which is the final plat and subdivision regulation waivers for Dove Landing.
I
Do I hear a
second.
second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Snubs, seconds. Okay, any discussion? If not, item number 14, if you will all repeat aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. Item 14 passes 5-0. And deliberate and consider possible approval of the 2024 holiday schedule.
Oh, you're fine.
The only thing I see on here is, would we rather have the 24th and the 25th as the 25th and 26th for Christmas? And most people,
What day is Christmas actually?
Wednesday?
Wednesday. And say again what your question?
I think we ought to do December 24th, Christmas Eve, and Christmas Day the 25th instead of the 26th.
Either way, being in the middle of the week, it just stinks.
Yeah.
So, but I think that makes more sense.
I mean, most people
Celebrate on Christmas Eve or several
celebrate
days.
at Christmas Eve or take off Christmas. I mean, if we work all day Christmas Eve,
That's a Sunday, Christmas Eve is a Sunday.
It says,
Not
Not according to our calendar we're looking at.
For,
the 24th, for 24th?
yeah, I'm looking on my phone calendar. Am I wrong?
The
I don't
24th
know.
is on a Tuesday and Christmas is on a Wednesday.
2024, not 23.
No, I don't. Oh, I know, you're right, I'm sorry.
Wait a minute.
We're right. Shelley did this.
Huh?
We're doing 23 though, right?
Well, I know, but it's still a Tuesday.
I didn't do that.
Okay.
No, you didn't. I think our people would rather have the 23rd off. Or excuse me, the 24th off. Christmas Eve.
And that way, if they want to take Monday for a vacation, get a whole long holiday, they're good.
Where I come from, we didn't pay, you didn't get paid for that if you took off.
So this calendar's wrong?
No,
No,
it's
he's just
right.
asking if we would, no, it's right.
I would just move it instead of Thursday.
Oh, it's 2024, I got you.
It's 2024, 2023 approved.
I got you. That's what's throwing her off too. I agree. I think it should be Christmas Eve, and Christmas Day.
Wait a minute.
What are you thinking about?
So what did you say to approve, Don?
23 is approved. This is 24.
Yeah, next year. 18 months.
And as far as what's highlighted, I think everybody knows, but that's court Mondays that's been highlighted for us, and we just go to the next day.
Okay.
We're not off on October 14th.
Say what, Jelly?
We're not off on Columbus Day.
Yeah, yeah. That's a different asterisk. I'm just talking about the highlighted ones. You got to say, yeah.
Yeah, I just put that on the very bottom for Columbus Day, just in case y'all want to.
We got 13 days, that's probably enough
Say 23.
at this point.
No, this is 24.
So
You're approving next year's calendar,
This
Judge.
is next year's calendar.
24.
Yes.
Okay.
Make a motion now.
While I brush up on,
You'll make a motion.
I make the motion to move December 26th to the December 24th for the Christmas holiday, and a motion to approve the rest.
Second.
So you're making a motion to approve it with the change.
With the change. From
Second.
Thursday to Tuesday.
so
Like
is
throw
that gonna
something
end
out
up
there.
being a 2-day?
It already is a 2-day.
I know, but I
We're
mean,
just moving it to Christmas Eve
right.
instead of the day after Christmas.
Matt wants some discussion.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm good with Christmas deal. June 19th. Can we make that a non-denominational holiday? And they can take off anytime during that month. No other companies have done that.
I think that's based on the fact it's federal, Matt.
Do I?
I think that's based on the fact that's federal. It's a federal holiday.
I think HR would have an accounting nightmare trying to keep up with who's taking a
Oh, yeah.
holiday.
Just a suggestion.
All right. Did you want to rescind your suggestion or?
It's just a suggestion, there wasn't no action on it.
Okay.
Just discussion.
So we have a motion to move the 26th to the 24th for the Christmas holiday and approve the rest of the calendar as is.
Correct.
So that means we are taking off Columbus Day and,
Not Columbus Day.
okay. That's what I.
It just says that that's a holiday. It's not a holiday for us, but it is a federal holiday.
Okay.
We don't take that holiday.
All right, so we do not take Columbus Day, we do take June 19th, we do move Christmas holiday to the 24th and 25th instead of 25th and 26th, and everything else remains the same then.
Yes.
Does that sound right? And that motion is made by Commissioner Arndt.
And clarify, we are not adding Columbus Day.
Pardon?
No.
And to clarify, we are not adding Columbus Day.
No, it's already there.
Not
No.
there.
Not there.
It's not there, we're not adding it.
It's just saying it's a commissioner's court day.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. You're right. Do I have you thoroughly confused now?
We ready to vote?
All right, who had the second?
I did.
Commissioner Snuggs makes a second on the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. That motion passes 5-0 as amended. Okay, item number 16, deliberate and consider possible approval of the proposed 2024 Cook County tax rate.
We're gonna have to push it to next court.
Okay. Item number 16, gonna bring that back in 2 weeks. No action on 16.
And that's the last day, we can do it right on the 8th, Shelley?
It's August 7th or as soon thereafter.
Don't we meet on the 8th, maybe, of next?
What was that? Gary, what was that?
I guess would be on the 14th, be the next court date.
August 7th is the next court date.
Well, that's what
Wait, August 14th.
14.
August, that's what I was looking at, August
So it's
14th.
another 3-week court.
And then when's the final? Isn't that the 28th?
You have to vote, you have to have everything passed by September 30,
Okay, so do the preliminary
proposed.
or proposed tax rate, okay, on the 14th, and then, and typically we would vote the final budget the last court in August.
And
Unless
push
we-
it into September.
No action on tax rate.
Okay. Item number 16 is no action, bring it back on the August 14th court. Item number 17 is deliberate and consider possible action regarding broadband services. Commissioner Snubs.
Nothing going on now.
Is there any chance that we can withdraw that action for an RFQ? It's out there under an RFQ right now, isn't it, Shelley?
So
Or so-
proposal.
It's under proposal.
RFQs just for qualifications.
Okay.
No pricing.
So can we go back and reverse that, put out an RFQ so we can talk to two at a time? So that we can talk to both Nortex and NextLink? I know that's a little bit of a
But that's just for
challenge.
qualifications.
Okay, how do we, first off, we can't do anything right now until we do something with NextLink. So what I'm wondering is how can we correct that so that we can deal with two contracts at a time in hopes that we get a combination of microwave and fiber? Y'all with me? Because right now, I mean, the team gave us a proposal. And one of those was a combination of taking fiber to a certain location and going with NextLink beyond that. Well, and that sounds like the best solution because I don't know that NextLink can sole source the whole county. But right now, we can't go talk to Nortex. We can't talk to Nortex until we disposition NextLink.
That's fine.
You can't enter any contract until we get the grant, right?
No, you can't if we're gonna pay for it out of our own pocket.
And possibly get reimbursed, or I don't know how that'll work. But right now, we're kind of sitting on idle.
Yeah. What do we have to do to proceed so that the whole thing just kind of dies off and go back to the drawing board? What has to happen?
You'd have to go back and reject the proposals.
With the explanation as to why we're doing it. I mean, we don't want them to kick us to the curb, and it's nothing against either one. It's just
Yeah.
probably our best case scenario is a hybrid, and right now, NextLink can't provide the hybrid. Is that correct? I mean, is that what we believe after the team made the recommendation to us?
Right. You know, then we thought we were gonna have some funds for it, and then we don't have the funds for it designated, you know, so we thought we were gonna have some.
We thought we was gonna get some
Has free
grant
money.
money. Yeah. And there's probably still gonna be free money, but apparently our last application didn't go through correctly, so.
No, we weren't allowed, we were not author, we couldn't apply.
You know, they didn't want us to,
even if we had it ready on time.
We couldn't.
Okay.
We didn't qualify.
we didn't qualify, yeah.
Yeah, because we've got some folks out there that's still expressing significant interest and, you know, they're wondering, hey, why didn't we get the grant money?
Yeah, but-
So,
when we look at the map, we look like we're in really good shape.
Which is deceiving.
It's deceiving, yeah. So the,
Based on other counties that are, that the need is greater.
yeah, the need is greater other places, but, you know, we still have a lot of coverage gaps. Nortex has done a good job of making the map look really good, we just still have a lot of gaps.
The comptroller's office is just now placing the bids that they did receive, or the applications they did receive online for review.
But if we have a plan, does it not help both of our potential providers get some money from the federal government?
Nothing's open right now. No
Nothing
grant
to the
is-
providers?
No grants open right now.
So, I just throw that out there, guys. I mean, it's, what we got going on right now is not working, so.
I mean, you can reject and then send out a new proposal, like with 2 sections,
Is that what you would recommend to be a good idea, or?
if that's what you want to do. I didn't write the bid specs on the first one.
Yeah. But do we need to put that out there on the agenda as agenda item next time, not try to do anything today?
It's an agenda item.
Do what?
It's an agenda item.
Yeah. I mean, and you're the lead, I ain't trying to,
Well,
so, I mean, if you don't take no action, we take no action.
Offering, I'm not the expert by any means. I just offered to help.
Need to leave this on the agenda, I guess,
Oh, well, yeah.
I mean,
until we get some resolution on the,
You'd have to
it's on there, we can do whatever we.
probably talk to whoever wrote the specs to see if they can rewrite the specs and separate it out. I mean, whoever submits for it can submit for both sections, but you can award one section at a time.
Once we,
Right, but we can't even talk to the fiber provider at this point because we're engaged in a,
Because you awarded to one company only.
and that's what I don't understand is, no, I mean, I understand it now, but I didn't understand at the time that we were gonna block it out where we couldn't even talk to Nortex anymore, which,
Well, when you, on a proposal, you talk to one, and if you can't negotiate with that one, then you drop that one
Right.
and move to the next one.
I understand it now, but like, I didn't realize the door was gonna be closed right then, and so couldn't even talk to them on the phone or anymore, so that, you know, that's been tough to not be able to talk to our local people. So what are you thinking we need to do? What's your,
I would, do we have NextLink's contact information?
Shelley does?
Who?
NextLink's contact information on,
From the proposal?
from the proposal? I would lean toward rejecting it, but then pick up the phone and call them and tell them why, because we want them to respond with our next request.
Yeah.
And then we go off probably and get one of the team members that wrote that spec to revise it with Shelley's suggestion that they separate fiber and microwave.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I don't think that they would be upset if we rejected it and then told them what we got going on.
But I think somebody needs to pick up the phone and call a point of contact.
They haven't pursued it super hard either. I mean, they
Yeah.
reached out a little bit and we just,
you want that as an action?
Court got any suggestions? I mean,
I don't know, they can't, actually can't do anything without the fiber run to the tower, so I would think they would try to work on it, but I don't know, I've not been any part of this, so I don't know.
the thought process was actually get some fiber, I think, to the Callisburg area, and then let NextLink serve the more remote areas with microwave service, tower service.
Right, but you still have to, what I understand, you have to have fiber to the tower.
I think you're probably absolutely correct, but it's cost prohibitive then to go from, say, the city of Callisburg to Dexter when you're not gonna have enough users. So then we would use microwave service. And I don't know that they have to have fiber tower to tower. I don't know that. I mean, and the only fiber I know that goes to Callisburg right now is provided through Zayo, and it was funded by the TEA, as I understand, and they won't let anybody else own it. So, but I think the big part of the county has fiber out to a point, with the exception of probably Callisburg. And then from there, it's provided, I mean, I know north of Callisburg, a lot of folks are using NextLink and well pleased with it, but it's transmitting from, some of them, I think, from Callisburg School to out north of town. But again, they've got to add some additional towers to go farther north. They've just about got as far out as they can get. But I think there's a difference in running a single point fiber to a tower and running fiber and then running to the residences. That's where it gets cost prohibitive. You want to reject that proposal? What do you want to do? Or you want to wait, think about it?
I mean, I'm fine. I'm just not super familiar with all those, the RFPs and RFQs and RFs, you know.
And it gets confusing to all of us.
Yeah, and I understand that. I just,
And right now, we've put ourselves in the box. With the, that's all.
let's just sit back one more week or 2 more weeks and.
And you might reach out to your NextLink point of contact beforehand,
Yeah,
before we take
yeah,
an
before
action.
we do it, yeah, let's do it that way. Let's not get the cart before the horse. So there's no action, yeah. But I think
We needed to
definitely
discuss
some
it.
better talks than tabling like we have been.
Okay, item number 17 is no action. Item number 18, deliberate and consider possible landfills in Cooke County. Commissioner Sicking,
We're still waiting to hear back from the lawyers, so no action.
no action on 18. Item number 19, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the Main Street parking lot. Commissioner Sicking.
We've got the concrete all poured, they're gonna try to seal it Thursday, I think he said. And next week they'll come in and do the striping. Guess then we'll put in what do we want in this.
So they mentioned to me just in passing when I was out there the other morning helping them get some water for the sidewalks and about thoughts what to do around the edges. Did they talk to you about that? They can fill in the edges that they're required, or we can go a step further and have somebody with an edging machine come down and mill and make it.
Lance is gonna talk to the city manager about that. Because they can saw cut it, but it keeps, it's a little rip that keeps breaking back, the asphalt on the road.
Correct.
So he doesn't want to be out the money to grind it out and fill in another 4 foot out from it. So he's gonna talk to the city manager. He's supposed to call me back Friday. He wants to talk to him, but I haven't heard back from him. So
We can see where that goes. We probably have we only used a little bit of the contingency money. We might be able to look at doing something that's a little bit better. I don't know. I mean, it'll work for now. We could always go back and mill it later. What it's saying is, if you looked at it, making 2 nice edges instead of having that zigzag broken edge because I can't saw cut it real nice. It keeps breaking back. Have you looked at it, Karen?
How many
Phone's on voice.
parking spots is that supposed to yield?
I don't even know offhand. Do y'all remember
What?
how many parking spots that Has
Fif-
been.
53, 50, something like that.
And it has a little section for motorcycles too that can be used for cars as well. Or whatever.
Okay.
It just didn't, they couldn't put any more cars there, so they went striping for motorcycles. But you could put 2 cars in there if we ever wanted to restripe it.
Are we gonna put signs up there? Is it gonna be county parking during the day, or is it just gonna be open for everybody?
I don't know, we need to probably talk about that.
We do.
Got our,
There's 3 handicap, 11th Street, and 39 regular. 53.
bunch of parking.
We don't have anything else we've got designated for the county as far as I know.
Do what?
As far as I know, we don't have anything else designated specifically to the county, like over by the library. A lot of folks park there, I think, go to the restaurants on Main and stuff.
Right by
I think it can just be public and then,
It's not, we got those spots marked for those 7 or 8 spots, but I don't know that it's designated county only.
Thought there was a sign out there, county parking till 5 o'clock or something. Is it not?
I think other,
Or did I read that?
Now, that private parking to the east of it, now they've got some signs up, says they'll tow you away and stuff like that. But I'm getting old and senile, there may be a sign there, but I don't think so. I think there's signs, there's 8 or 9 of those reserved spots from 8 to 5. And I think that's it.
Or did we do angled or straight on parking?
they're angled.
They're angled. So, let me take that back.
See, I
There's
didn't-
41.
Okay.
If they're angled inside,
I'm pretty sure.
41.
They haven't,
I
have
haven't
they marked
stopped
them?
it yet,
Yeah,
but
starts,
I'm
they haven't
pretty
marked them yet, right?
I think it just stays.
Because the talk was about the trucks. If they had to pull in, they couldn't back up.
Right.
41, if they're angled.
I think it just stays public, because the main thing on jury days, there's gonna be a whole bunch more parking there. And it'll relieve congestion around the courthouse, because some of the business owners that end up parking out in front of their business will have a close place too. So I think just leave it as it is. If we ever have a problem, we can mark it off. if we need to.
Right.
So no action on that one.
So that will be a no action on item number 19. Item number 20, deliberate and consider the possible action regarding real property on Highway 82.
No action.
No action on item 20. 21, deliberate and consider possible action on the library facilities project.
Good morning, you guys. Sorry, I had the wrong calendar. Anyhow, Ricky is not able to be here this morning. I just wanted to update you. They finished everything in the library carpet-wise except for behind the staff desk and the staff workroom. They didn't order enough carpet, so she's having to order more carpet. It's supposed to be in later this week. And one of the carpet layers is on vacation this week and next week, so it looks like they're gonna try and start and finish the last 2 areas the week of August 7th. Gainesville Glass came and sealed all the glass, both ends, so that's good. They got there before they laid the carpet down on the north side where it was leaking, so that's been taken care of. The things left are the closet, the big things left are the closets in the meeting room. The doors are still not installed, and they haven't started on the sliding door for the director's area. Ricky, last I heard, still had not received a second bid on the letters for out front. I don't know if that's changed, but the last he and I spoke, he had not gotten a second bid. He was waiting. And I think that's it. There's, punch list stuff, which is the paint, needs to be touched up here and there, but we're not gonna do that until Justin is finished with the closet doors and installing the rest of the trim in the meeting room and the door area in my office. It doesn't make sense to do that stuff until he's finished, so.
Just to be clear, by and large, the library has remained open
Absolutely.
in large part.
The whole
through all
time,
of this.
the whole time it's been open.
Right, and,
So-
and has anyone ventured an estimate yet when we might be through down there?
Yeah.
I know things keep happening, but
I was hoping that the carpet would be finished by the end of July, but that obviously couldn't happen. I don't know, I can't speak for Justin, and I'm not in contact with Justin to know if somebody on court wants to call him.
Yeah, I know he's out of town this week on vacation, which is really
So-
rare for him, so.
Yeah, so I mean, I would hope before the new budget starts.
I would think so.
I mean, I can't imagine that it wouldn't be, right?
that sounds
But-
reasonable. But
Just,
the main thing is the library has remained open for
yes,
the
yep.
people to use. And
Yeah, and Ricky's been great about using some of the local people at the jail to help come move furniture around. We'll use them again when they need to get in the back areas, because there's some pretty heavy stuff back there too. So, but yeah, the library hasn't closed at all during any of it.
So that would be a no action on 21. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 22 is to deliberate and consider possible action regarding the annex election room remodel. And
The doors have been ordered, as we said, and we're just waiting for them to arrive.
okay, what else is going to have to be done with that?
Pretty much just doors and take
Just the
out
doors.
the glass door.
Okay, so that's not going to be a real big deal.
Because it has to be ready for the vote. Because the city center's going to be closed.
Right,
Election day.
right. All right. Thank you, but right now there's no action on that one. Then item number 22 is no action. Item number 23, deliberate and consider a possible action regarding proposed weigh station. And once again, there's no action on that. Item number 24, deliberate and consider possible action regarding various grant funds.
Precinct 4 has turned in the final road for FEMA 2015. I'm currently working on it. And so FEMA has asked for closeout documents for PW 405, and you have them to sign, so. And I'm still continuing to work on Precinct 2's CTIF roads.
Are you making any headway?
And that's all I have for, for grants.
Okay, thank you.
So I need you to approve that closeout document.
I'm sorry.
I need you to approve the closeout document.
Okay.
We have a motion on that.
Where is? Do you have that document?
Can Matt make that motion?
It's in there, you want to make a motion.
Pardon?
I just need to vote on it.
Okay.
Approve it. Got a motion by Jason Sines.
I'll make that motion.
Motion to let me sign that document is Commissioner Snuggs.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Sicking. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And
So 8 years. 8 years of flood repair. Wow.
yeah. Lest we forget.
Done a couple months earlier, but it got wrong.
Yeah. Not your fault, I understand that.
Okay, documents signed, wait a minute, is this? What's this? Part of it, okay, hang on a second. All right, document is signed. That was the only action required on item number 24. That was the closeout document on the FEMA grant, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Voted on and passed 5-0. Item number 25 is deliberate and consider possible action regarding Cooke County EMS and fire pager system. Commissioner Adam Arndt.
I have nothing. We've got the digital pagers, but haven't had any testing done on our side. Gary might have done something else on the other side.
You talking about digitals on the water tower, Bob?
I haven't, I don't know nothing.
Okay. We did do some testing on the UHF pagers on a water tower that I'm going to tell you I think is located off of 372 and Clark Road. They went out with a 4-watt portable radio and climbed the tower and were able to talk very clearly back to the sheriff's office. They actually tested it North Shore with a pager, and they, on their 5 counts, they said, hey, we're getting the numbers 1 and we're getting the numbers 5. But the thought process is if we add a 100-watt repeater and an antenna, that we're not going to have any issues hitting North Shore. That tower should cover the entire south part of the county. The radio tech that climbed it said he could easily see Valley View. He's from the southwest corner of the tower. He could see Gainesville, Valley View, and North Shore. So thought process is that should work. I provided you guys with 2 different bids. You'll notice one is from Motorola. That is for the equipment, basically, the repeater and duplexers. That is for a UHF analog repeater that can be upgraded to digital. Okay? And that through Motorola is a buy board price for that $11,916 that you're seeing. The second number is $16,237, which is installation. What that does is it puts a UHF repeater at Pentex to cover the west side, puts one at Walnut Bend to cover Walnut Bend, Sybil's Bend, basically in the north part of the county, and Callisburg, and then one at this Clark Road location to cover the south end of the county.
And then on that tower, there's no rental.
Oh, I'm sorry. And we don't anticipate any rental. There is a climate-controlled facility there for the repeater. So no need for cabinets, anything of that nature.
Is it Mountain Springs water?
So the sheriff was the one that helped locate that and is willing to go present it to the Mountain Springs water folks.
Yes. Have y'all talked to them yet?
We talked to a board member,
Okay.
and so that's the UHF side of it, as far as I know.
And that gets it done, back up to working order.
That's what we believe, yes.
And if future courts want to switch it over to a digital system in a later date, they can switch it to digital.
Well, and actually, you can go UHF digital, which gives you better penetration, is what I understand.
Oh, okay. I didn't know I thought it was one or the other.
See, you've got, and that's where people get confused. You got VHF, which runs on analog and digital. You also have UHF, which runs on analog and digital. All digital's not the same.
So it's the UHF that penetrates the buildings to make the pagers work when people are sitting in their house.
And that's the pagers we currently have.
Right.
But now, and every repeater we have out there right now was purchased to be what they're referring to as mixed mode, digital or analog. Okay, on the UHF stuff that's currently at Pentex and out at the Water Tower at Oak Ridge. But you still would be looking at a huge expense to go with to change out pagers. This keeps us from having to go spend money to change out pagers.
Do we have a place where the money can come for this, Shelley?
Right this minute?
No, but at a court where we could bring a budget amendment, do we have a place?
Anything left for
For
radio, Shelley?
16,000?
It's
27 something. I gave you the stuff.
Yeah.
It's $27,000. Or, well, not exactly. 11,916.80.
15,438. No, 16,623.
Yeah. So whatever those two add up to. And it'd be split, like I said, one of them, you know how we have to do Motorola, order it.
$28,539. Got the numbers crunchy face on.
That's what I'm anticipating.
Did they give you like a time frame to get it and get it going?
I wouldn't make a move unless the court buys
Oh,
off
no,
of
I
it.
didn't know if they gave you, said, hey, this is available.
I don't think there's an issue in getting it from Motorola, and the rest of it's on our local guy. We already have, actually, we gotta move a repeater. We gotta move the repeater from Oak Ridge to Walnut Bend, and we got the new repeater and antennas and stuff to go to the south side. And we got cabinet space at Walnut Bend, existing where we put the cabinet out there for the 700 stuff. So.
Is
Shelley,
that
you still
considered
crunching
permanent
numbers?
improvements type of thing?
I'm sorry, what?
Is it considered like a permanent improvement since we're buying equipment like that?
You can probably pay for it out of the ARPA funds along with all the other radio,
Still something there. There's that much there to handle it.
but I'll probably have to do a budget amendment.
So we need to wait to take an action. Or, let me ask you this. Do we have enough to do a PO to Motorola to get the hardware coming? Because that might be the, take the,
We do in general fund, and then I can switch it to ARPA.
what do you think, guys?
Kinda anxious to get something going pretty quick.
I wasn't anxious about what was the final number on pagers, Adam?
To go digital, 174.
I wasn't excited about that number. Thoughts?
But that is basically everybody.
Can't hear you.
Asking a question right now.
Okay.
converted later if we ever needed to. But the pager system worked good until we lost that tower. It might have been a little sketchy here and there, but it, you know, for the most part, it always worked and was dependable. The main thing with the pagers is being able to penetrate the buildings. And they page out for, well, any of them, even if EMS is sitting at the station, it needs to penetrate their buildings, and if the fireman's sitting at their house watching TV and needs to penetrate their house to page out for a fire.
At some point in time, they looked at adding a building tower, a resident tower too, didn't they? Or is
Not for that, I don't
yeah.
think. I think
Not
that's,
for that.
you're looking at 200,000 or 300,000 for a tower.
Well, that's-
That's the reason we're looking to rent, or we're trying to save that cost.
You're gonna put a repeater up on the tower, is what you're saying?
Well, the repeater will be in a climate-controlled cabinet and then coax up to the tower to the antenna, yeah.
The message I'm getting is they went off, but there was a lot of static.
Yeah, and that's what I said. And but he's talking on a handheld 4-watt radio off the top of that tower. When you put
To do the page,
to test the page, yeah. We put an antenna up there and a 100-watt repeater. It shouldn't be an issue.
We need to test that before we feel pretty confident.
I don't know much about it, but if it's working off of 4 watts, it darn sure work off of 100.
I mean,
How many watt, I mean, the tower that was decommissioned, it was probably 100-watt repeater, is that?
it was, and then the repeater failed for a while, and they loaned us a 40-watt, and that's when it got bad. And then when we got the 100-watt back, then we got kicked off the tower. So, and I don't, you know,
Even that day, whenever they were here, they were saying that VHF is not the best for the pagers
Right.
due to the penetration.
Penetration.
Whether it's
And they-
digital or analog is irrelevant. It's the VHF versus UHF for that.
and I don't know how true that really is because they've narrowed that band on that UHF a lot more. It's made it worse. That happened about 10 years ago. I mean,
That's when you say they, it's like
they, Riley and Western, they said it's, when they narrowed that up about 10 years ago, used to, that UHF, you could talk, it would go. But since the federal government, FCC, come in and narrowed that band down more, because they don't want it to go as far, it hurt us.
that's when you say they. It's the FCC has done something.
And UHF does penetrate if it's at that broader scale. Now it's about this, I mean, I can't tell any difference.
but they did say, when they spoke to us last court, they still are the opinion that the UHF's better than the VHF.
That's their opinion until they're out there listening to it.
That was trod as well.
Yeah. So,
My deal on this is, it worked before. It
Yeah,
worked.
but that was prior to this pulling that down.
They pulled the band down since we lost our tower a few months ago.
And it wasn't all the greatest then. I mean, North Shore was still having problems. One of the on boards of prison. Now,
Well, this one will be right down there with North.
we hope it worked.
I understood they tried the VHF digital at North Shore and had issues with it there too.
Through the emergency management channel, which is, like he said, it's too narrow, it don't let it coverage. We wanted to try it on the commissioner's channel or the digital fire channel, and for some reason, I can't get anybody to even call me back. So,
I thought he explained that they wasn't gonna perform well.
I don't know.
I mean, that's what I thought. I thought some folks had talked to Wesley and he said those radio frequency not gonna perform well on pagers.
I don't even
We
understand
can kick
any of
this
that.
thing down the road again, but I don't, I thought we was in crisis mode.
Yeah.
They want their papers to work.
Well, I know, but
I mean, I would sure like to try that digital side to see what it sounds like, but I can't. They won't, Shipman won't call me back. I mean, Ray, have you had any luck from Shipman? No, the last few weeks, no. Okay. So,
I think he's explained to them both that it won't work, but
all I keep hearing is we can't spend the money. All right.
If this don't work, then you say we could go off, they could run off the
Way I look at it, we're gonna have
700, what was it?
the EMS can run off the 700
Well, that's
and
the stupidest thing we can do. And here's why, you got two talk channels. So you got your paging on one, sheriff's office on the other, and then they got another deal going on sheriff's TAC. It's gonna go to the queue until it can take it, that page isn't gonna go out. And that's what we're not looking at. Our channels that we have are so narrow right now with 700-800. Now you want to add another deal for paging. And I understand it's 30 seconds, but we already had a couple incidents. I know one of them that was on 35 when the medics were there was a wreck and they got out to help the lady. They got in a fight. She kept pushing, trying to get in, couldn't get in. Sheriff's office was on one. I don't know if TAC was on another one. She couldn't get in. Now you're gonna put a paging system on 700-800 also?
well,
We are backing up.
well, in that situation, I think it was a user error, because if the EMS person would hit the panic button, it immediately takes them to the top of the queue and closes the channel till it's addressed. So I think that was probably a training issue.
So you're telling me when I push my button and I can't get an answer, and somebody's shooting at me, just push your orange button no matter what?
Well, when you push your orange button, you're going to the top of the queue, depending on which channel you're on. And you're going to override everything else at that point. So if you don't, I don't know why you wouldn't get an answer. You're superseding normal traffic,
Well, you think
and
she
it flags you by
you think
unit
she would
number.
get an answer when she's pushing her mic button. Hey, I need help, I need help.
Well, she's not. If you've got a dozen people, I mean, in the same,
Now you're
you
gonna
still
throw a
have
pager
just,
in there too?
you had two channels before, EMS and Sheriff's Office. You got the same two channels that you deal with now. They're just at a better quality. We've
No, you're
We've
not
been kicking
understanding
this-
what I'm saying, Gary.
Oh, I think
No,
I'm,
you're not. Because
okay.
before they had an EMS channel. That was EMS.
Mm-hmm.
Now you got 700-800, and you got sheriffs on one of them, on a sheriff, and they're talking. And now you got Sheriff TAC talking on one. That's two channels lined up. These are dead. So if EMS needs to get in until this one gets off or this one gets off, and if another sheriff's department called in, they're sitting in a queue, sitting there waiting like a phone call to go out. And if it's an emergency situation, the only way they can do it is push that orange button, it drops all them out, and then now they can go. But if user whatever, you don't, when you're getting your butt handed to you on the side of the road or shot at, I mean, it could happen to our sheriff's department guys. They're looking for that button now. Hold on, man, don't shoot at me, hold on. Okay, I got my button shot.
But if we do this, we're not talking about putting fire on or the paging system on the 700.
At this point, we're absolutely
Okay,
not.
and I'll tell you what, let me interject here. It doesn't sound to me like we're anywhere close to an agreement here on the court what we should do.
Well, let me
no.
throw this out there.
Go.
Whether we go to a digital later, we still got to do this to get the repeater in the right spot, because that's what we have right now is the repeater where it's at will not reach North Shore and Valley View properly. This would get that going. If we want to spend $100,000, $200,000 on pagers down the road and switch it to digital, we can, but we've got to do this. And crisis mode, we've been kicking it to the next court for 2 months when.
So what you're saying is, any way we go about it,
We gotta have this, we have to have a tower in the right location.
okay.
And I know that, I guess some of the talk is digital can be paid off of our existing towers, but to me, that seems, to me,
Well,
that
and
seems
using the
bad,
existing
too.
channel, you're gonna tie up one of our new channels.
So, can we go ahead and, would you like to make that motion there that we go ahead and get that part done and bring the,
My problem is that I don't understand some of these other things, I just know.
Well, that's
basics.
why-
But I know as a fireman for 10 years, my pager worked, and until we lost this tower, that's the only time we started having bad problems.
and that's exactly why I don't think we need to vote on anything more than what we understand today. Okay? So what I'm saying is, if we,
And I haven't been in
Continue to
contact with any
discuss
fire
this.
departments in months, so I don't know. That's my only fear with it.
I mean, I know what the fire departments want. They want new digital pagers. I know exactly what they want, and that's $170,000. We have a potential for a $27,000 fix, and what does it do for the fire departments? What they want to do is get paid so they know where to go.
okay, well, let's have this discussion some other place, some other time. In fact, let's get a workshop together, or whatever you want to do. But right now, let's go ahead and do what Jason recommended here, so we can get something going here. We're not ready to talk about anything beyond that. I can tell that.
This gets it going. Ray, do you have any input on it? I mean, I'm just out of the loop a little bit, but to me, this gets the pagers. At least we're going to a place where they work, and they worked fine off of UHF for all this time. I
And
mean,
what cost are we talking about here?
28,000.
Okay. And that gets us at least headed in a direction,
Right.
and without spending a lot of money
Right.
on things that we know that we're gonna have to have.
If we want to switch it to digital, this will all be in place to switch to digital.
And that's if you want to switch it to UHF digital.
And that's what I don't understand, the UHF and
Yeah.
VHF. I mean, I'm not going to pretend like I
But-
understand it.
But give us time to understand all of that,
Yeah.
okay? I
But
mean, it's been,
if we're in
what, 2 years?
if we're in crisis mode, this is what I think is the best circumstance.
Okay, would you like to make
I'll
that
make that
motion?
motion.
And would you spell that out for,
As long as we're going to need a budget amendment next time,
We can do it out of general fund and then do a budget amendment in ARPA and move it.
well, I make a motion that we approve this, get the repeater coming at least, and then have shipment installed. And then we can talk about digital and frequency changes down the road. At least we'll have our infrastructure in place.
I'll second that. All in favor? Aye. Are there any opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
Shelley, do you have something? Did you raise your hand for attention, or did you just
No, I'm
raise?
scratching my arm.
Okay.
Okay, that motion passes 4 and 1 again. That's Commissioner Arnold. Yeah. All right, item number 20.
Gary, do you have that in the packet so I can see what we are making?
I'm sorry?
Do you have that in the packet?
Right here.
Is it all we're making? I'll take it.
Just what she needs right here, Gary.
I just give it.
Oh, okay.
You got 6 pages? Should be 2 different numbers, 11 and something else.
All right, now maybe we can have some good news here. Item number 26, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the Crest Building. And Commissioner Snubbs, I'll let you take that one if you want to.
So the press building?
We
Sure.
haven't closed yet.
Yeah. Haven't closed yet.
Well, I know we haven't closed yet, but
Supposed to close this afternoon, that's all I'm willing to say.
We are?
Yeah.
here's hot off the press here.
I was told the buyer's signing at 2 o'clock, and then they'll courier the papers over for Judge Roan to sign somewhere shortly after that.
This is basically since we started today.
Ed, are you in the loop? You know that.
This all developed at like 9:15 42 this morning.
She said, after, in regards to my phone call this morning, I'll call you right back. And I said, please do, we have court today. Yes, sir, I'm on the phone with the title company about our docks. And then, that's when Commissioner Snuggs got word that hopefully 2 o'clock this afternoon. So if that happens, we'll take a break at 2 o'clock this afternoon. We've already voted for me to, we don't need to vote for me to do that, do we? Okay. So we'll take a break, we'll get those signed at 2 o'clock this afternoon, hopefully, and the Crest Building will be sold. All right,
Then we can smile.
then we can, I'm gonna smile anyway, this is the closest we've been in a long time. Okay, item number 26 is no action at this time. Item number 27, at this time, we're gonna go into executive session, and it is 11:20, in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes annotated, consultation with attorney and deliberation regarding real property. And if I would, I'll ask the public to leave, and we'll
We're doing what, $15,000.
11:47. So we are now back in regular session. Item number 27, or I'm sorry, item number 28 is to deliberate and consider possible action authorizing the county judge or other authorized officials to execute the settlement participation and release forms regarding settlement offers from Walgreens, CVS, and Walmart in the matter of Texas opioid multi-district litigation for the county in the matter of County of Cooke versus Purdue Pharma. Do I hear a motion?
I would make the motion that we authorize the judge's signature on the statewide opioid settlement agreement and all the associated releases.
Second.
Motion, Commissioner Hollowell, second, Commissioner Snuggs. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. Item number 28, motion passes 5-0. Item number 29 is to deliberate and consider possible action regarding real property.
I'll make a motion that the judge can sign the new easement paperwork for the fairground land situation we have.
Motion, Commissioner Snuggs. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Arndt. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. Motion passes 5-0. Item number 29. Okay, item number 30 is going to be a deliberation and possible action on the FY24 budget. So what I recommend is that we take a lunch break at this time, 11:49, and resume at 1:30.
Can we do one just to get going?
Do what?
Does anybody need till 1:30?
I'm good with one.
Get back and get it going.
Quarter after would help, good.
Quarter after one?
Yeah, I don't know, I'd be back, I mean, I can start right at one, I may not be quite back at one, but
You
What?
can get a couple minutes after one.
All right, let's just say 1:15.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right.
I don't want to be here all afternoon.
There you go. You don't?
No,
Why?
I'm gonna go to,
You're not having fun?
I'm having fun, but we can have fun other places too.
We're not limited?
Okay, Ed, would you come over here and make sure I sign in the right places?
Oh, man.
report from our break. And what we're talking about this afternoon is basically budget. And I think we ought to just, as you think of things that you'd like to speak about, let's just go for it and until we get through. I think we'll have some people from time to time coming in to speak to us, but Wes, do you have something to say, or? Okay. So if you want to, does anybody have anything to say about the EMS budget while Wes is here?
We didn't make any salary changes, vacation changes, or policy changes, right?
I think everything with EMS is gonna come down to the end.
We're
Which
kind of
we're
at the
there,
end.
we're close.
We're kind of at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Shelley, what was that email you sent about ambulance came in,
That's
or
just the
Wes?
piece.
What?
That's just the piece.
Oh. Which one is EMS? I don't,
What number?
yeah.
It is 540.
That's what I'm looking for, thank you. 001540, though. Did we leave 432 at 14?
What'd you say, Gary?
I just asked a question. I said, did we leave 540, 332 at 14?
What number was it?
I'm sorry?
What account we on?
I think I'm on this EMS one, I think.
Better?
540?
And then down here to 432. And then I've got the note step out beside it. But I think we wait and see if this 4896 is gonna work before we change vacation and step pays and all this stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I'm waiting more towards the end before we mess with the step pays and some other things. Just
Okay.
some of the bigger decisions wait down to more of the.
The question I asked Judge, if you're at 540, line 432, under training, can you hear me, Matt?
Barely.
I said, you're such a sweetheart. Oh,
What it sound like.
I'm on the EMS budget, Matt, 540, line item 432. Right now, our last conversation, did we stay at 14,000 for now? Then Jason's saying we might discuss it a little more later.
Talk about the training line.
Yes, sir. I've got a note outside there that says step, and I think that's maybe where we was talking about
Yeah.
considering some other stuff. But right now, and maybe I should be asking Shelley, but is it still sitting at 14, Shelley? Are you in that
Yes.
area? Okay. All right.
The training line, EMS Training Academy is for in-house training, and the training line is for outside of the county
And
training.
14,000 also goes to replenish equipment that we use in the training cab.
Somewhere I had a note beside it, like we were gonna use it for part of this step stuff that, my notes hokey, okay. So it's 14,000, not 41, okay.
Well, that's because he wanted to send 2 people to school and the county paid for it, but he's found a grant, so he lowered it back down to 14.
Okay.
Wes, I guess I just had a question. That ambulance that was delivered when, last week?
Yes, sir.
Does that affect the proposed budget, or that's just?
Nothing to do with it. We're actually getting the second ambulance Wednesday, and that'll wrap up the ones that we were expecting.
So last year's budget, Judge.
Do what?
Both of them last year's budget. One of them paid for by ARPA money, though it's toward the end, right?
But it affects this year's budget because it had to roll over.
Oh, really?
You pay for it when you accept it, not when you encumber it.
Oh, it affects this year's budget. Yeah, not.
We encumbered it last year,
23 budget.
so the PO had to roll over, so we had to have money to cover the PO.
But it doesn't affect the budget we're discussing
Oh,
today.
no.
That's what, okay.
No.
Made me nervous.
You said this year's budget.
Well, I meant,
Semantics.
yeah.
That's what causes world wars.
Does anybody have any questions that might affect, that Wes might need to?
I don't think at this moment, anybody else got anything? I think some of the, you
We're
know,
all in agreement, pretty much, that we ought to come back toward.
oh, yeah, this one will definitely be one of the ones we're circling back to on the pay and everything. And anything else that we've left unresolved.
You get back to work.
Will do.
Okay.
Thanks, Wes.
Thank you. Okay. I'll just go down the list here, see if anybody has anything. Courthouse, building maintenance, I think we ought to come back on. Human resources, HR. I don't think we had any questions on HR, did we?
No.
If IT,
Hang on, Judge.
oh, go ahead.
Oh, you're working off a different list. You're not working off the,
No,
okay.
we can get to that if you,
No, I don't. I'm just here.
Okay.
Present accounted for.
human resources, any questions? IT, is that one of them we agreed to come back?
No, we killed IT last week.
Oh, pretty much. In a manner of speaking, we did.
Courthouse maintenance, you already go past courthouse maintenance?
Yeah, but I was thinking that we were gonna bring that courthouses, well, building maintenance is listed the same thing. I was
You know,
gonna
I-
think we were gonna come back on that one, but what do you got?
Well, what I might offer up there is
What do you need?
we've got Road and Bridge has got a zero turn mower
Yep.
that I don't mind sharing. That might be unrealistic because logistically they would have to come and get it or we would have to come and get it. But
We're in budget.
versus them buying a new one, you know, I don't use ours often, and so that might be something we save a little money on.
Well, that's something we could take up with Rick.
Yeah, anyway, that's just, throw that out there.
That was a zero turn mower, right?
Yeah. So I won't give it to them, but, you know,
Right.
worst case, we can come and get it
Share.
when we need it if they will take good care of it. I'd rather not put a trustee on it and tell them to go for it.
Okey-doke. Anything else on courthouse or building maintenance while we're there? I think you're right. I think we got everything out of poor Daryl that we're gonna get for a while. How about county auditor? We need to,
Don't think we can do a whole lot with that one.
I think that better stay right where it is.
So I got a question about the auditor position.
Sure.
So, forgive me of having slept since then, but either the last budget or the budget before, we granted new positions to you, right?
2,
So they're just kind of
hanging out.
hanging out until further notice. What is that? I guess that money gets budgeted in case you decide to pull the trigger, but then it's just been going back into general fund.
Same way if you have an extra one.
100%, yeah, I just,
Yeah.
the only reason I asked that is because I've been thinking about the general fund and the contingency and tax rate nonstop for like 15 days now. So I just was thinking of everything. So I was thinking that we still had that there for whenever you decide to use it.
Next on the list is county extension. Does the recent retirement affect the extension at all, or
Just their admin.
just their admin, okay? But we're not gonna have to, it'll be essentially the same budget requirement or whatever. Okay. Veteran Services, I don't recall any changes need to be made there. Juvenile probation, they had asked for work to be done on their building. Anybody want to have any thoughts on that?
Was that anything significant?
Well, it
I don't
could have been,
remember.
but it may have, I can't remember exactly what they were.
They wanted awnings over the
Oh.
front and back door, they wanted a handrail on the back door, and they wanted the building power washed.
Yeah.
What was the very last one? Building power washed, is what, okay.
And some other general overall maintenance, I think. But other than that, they were happy with everything they had.
And most of that come out of Rick's courthouse maintenance, won't it, Shelley?
Yes.
And they were also very happy with that building and didn't want to move it too, so.
And we might look at whoever built those out at the jail, those, over the picnic tables and stuff. to
Right.
Add that on at the,
Thought
Did
that
she want a
too.
handrail too? Did she want to do
yeah.
I said that.
Thought Rick had
Shelley said
asked
that.
him to look at that, get an estimate on that.
I think that, I don't know why, but I think that's Judd Jones maybe. That done that, and then the inmates and all painted it, right? Done the,
What?
inmates help paint those little canopies they put over the picnic tables out at the jail. You even know we have canopies over the picnic table out at the jail?
I thought you meant building her a picnic table.
Oh, no, semantics again.
I didn't hear canopy, I heard picnic table.
That's what happens when you're undernourished.
Well, here's Judge Johnson.
What's left of it, right here.
Since you're here, why don't we just go ahead and go to item 455, which is JP 2. Judge Johnson, would you like to speak to us?
I would, I need that 2 minutes.
Okay?
Okay, in the 2022 preliminary budget, the commissioners approved the change from 4,800 to 6,000 on the automobile allowance. And It hadn't been changed, I don't know, ever since I've been here, so it's quite a long time. So they changed it from 4,800 to 6,000, and I think I had asked Shelley about it, and I'm sure she was right. She said that I didn't ask for that change in 2023, so, it wasn't on my budget that year. I didn't even notice it until this year, but what kind of puzzled me, and I have copies of the preliminary budget that came out this year, and it shows on 2023, $6,000 as the car allowance. So I just carried that forward to $6,000. Then when the proposed budget came out, it showed on precinct 2 back down to 4,800. And I don't think it was the commissioner's intent to have a difference in the car allowance between the two precincts. But I don't know, quite frankly, I don't know where it fouled up. Probably me. I probably didn't ask for it back then. But what I am doing on the 23 budget, I would like to have that just correspond with what was approved back in 22. So that's all I'm asking for.
You mean on the 24 budget?
On the 24 budget, yes. The 23 is, water under the bridge. I'm not worried about that. I just think it's important to get the small details corrected.
So basically what you're asking for is a $1,200 increase in the car
Yes,
allowance for
yes,
24 budget.
on the 24 budget, that's
Okay.
correct, yes.
We went up last year on Jody's because fuel was going up to $4.50 or $5. It's decreased this year. I wonder if we don't want to take them all back to 4,800. That's $400 a month. And
Commissioner, I don't have an opinion on it. I mean, I'm okay with whatever y'all do. I just think there needs to be continuity between the two precincts. That's the only thing. If you choose to go to 48, we'll live with that. If you choose to stick with the 6, that's even better. But
What's their numbers?
455.
455, 455, 456. But that's part of what we did. And Judge, while we're on car allowances, how bad would it hurt you if we took a look at yours?
Wouldn't hurt me at all.
Because that's about $300 a month. I don't know how much travel you're doing now, or, we increased those because they were on every board in the world here for a while, some of them, and making lots of trips to Grayson County. If you need that, you need it, but if you don't, that would be another place we might save a little money.
Well, I still go to Grayson County.
Yeah.
Commissioner, do you need me for anything else?
I didn't, sir.
Okay, and I know that y'all have got a lot more important things and details like this, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention. So I'm good, no questions, I'm out of here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. 400 is mine.
Yeah, you're at $300 a month. Carol's was at $400 a month, and Jody's was at $500 a month.
And I don't believe I'm the one that told him that.
He didn't ask last year.
I believe HR told him that it was given to Jody and not him.
Okay.
So you say mine is at 300 a month.
And Carol's is at 4, and JP1's at 5. And like I said, fuel has gone down some. Of course, that doesn't just talk to fuel, that talks to tires and batteries and all that. I throw it out there, I wouldn't follow my sword over it one way or another, and I hate to deduct anybody's, but
Are you wanting to reduce my car allowance? Or are you suggesting that?
I'm just asking you, how bad it would, or how bad it impacts you. I don't know how much you're going to Grayson County or anywhere else now, Judge. I don't know how many committees you're on. You may be on a dozen.
Well, I think the reason that I left mine there, 300 a month isn't that much. However, we do and I would like to see more of it, elected officials, like, for instance, we deliver Meals on Wheels every week. We have a route we deliver, so that's a weekly thing. I do have a bi-month, or once every other month, Meals on Wheels meeting at Old Perrin, soon to be a new facility. TCOG is once a month. I don't really think that, probably, you know, you're right, it's not gonna kill me one way or another, but considering that, you know, other mileages and everything, I don't think 300 a month is too awful much. But y'all do what you want to on that. I think the Meals on Wheels route obviously is not county business. However, it's a good thing for the county, if you will. So,
I definitely don't think we can count that one, but
I don't think you can count it because there's a lot of folks out there doing it volunteer that's not getting reimbursed
oh no, they're getting reimbursed.
from,
Meals on Wheels, from Meals on Wheels, who we support.
and so you
And I
get
have
reimbursed.
asked not to be, and
they
I
pay
do
people
not,
for that? They pay them gas or something?
they pay them their gas.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. And I've asked them, I do not get any reimbursement from Meals on Wheels online.
I know you've donated for years and done that for years, so yeah, I would exclude that. But it sounds like you're making, you can make one of them every 2 months, that's 6. And in 12, you're making 18 trips to Sherman pretty much on
About that.
committees. Yeah, so,
Well, we can take it down if you want to. I don't care. It's not gonna kill me one way or another.
As far as the JPs are concerned, it's not so much a fuel thing, it's a mileage thing too, so.
yeah.
I don't know, I mean, they pay for their fuel, but then they use their car for doing inquests. I don't know what the number of those are.
And I don't know that mileage per month's not more accurate than flat rate,
Yeah.
58 or 60 cents a mile. And then they just turn in
Yeah, I'm
A
sure,
mileage
yeah, I'm sure
statement.
it's a combo.
which might be and it might cost us more than 6,000, but it'd be accurate tracking, and they won't all be the same. You are turning in your mileage. Each JP turn in their mileage, and then you know what it's costing you. You know, if we do a mileage for them. But I just throw some what ifs out there, guys.
How did it, what happened where they were not the same on the budget? Just a,
Jody
Well-
asked last year, and Carol didn't.
Oh, okay.
So Carol wasn't, he didn't need it, didn't feel, maybe thought he was doing the county a favor. I don't know.
yeah.
Well, there's, you're right, he did, Jody did, and that's basically what it amounts to. What do you guys think? Jump in there. Do what?
I said, I don't think we move yours. I mean, if you do the mileage, each one of them gotta do that, that's more work on Shelley for her crew. I mean, that's a cost too, isn't it, Shelley? They have to do their mileage and turn that report in.
Well, they would turn in a reimbursement request.
Yeah, and is that more work on you guys?
No.
They do it once
That's
or
more
twice a
work on
month.
the JPs.
Would that work on you?
If they had to turn in their mileage, yeah.
I mean, they don't turn us, when they go to conference, they just go and it's part of their 6,000.
No, they turn in the mileage on top of it.
The mileage is for any car allowances within the county.
Okay.
Anything outside of the
That's it.
county limits.
So saying a judge going to Grayson County, that's outside the county.
It starts at the county line. You don't get paid for mileage in the county. So if he wanted to turn that in, he could.
Does that mean I'm on tap somewhere over there and I drive truck over there?
You're in a county.
You're in a county vehicle, doesn't apply, but if you drove your personal vehicle, you could charge it. Your constituents might not appreciate it when they furnish us a ride that we would drive our personal to Grayson, but anyway, moving right along. I don't sense any,
I mean, we can't buy a vehicle, say for the judge, for $3,600 a year.
well, I'm not suggesting he buy him a vehicle. I was just suggesting he charge mileage instead of a monthly allowance, maybe.
I'm already buying two.
You're doing well, aren't you?
Yeah.
So,
I'm making a note for car allowances and we can,
Is there a difference on inquests?
I wouldn't know about numbers.
I can kind of give you some insight into inquests. Oh, geez. There's the answer right there. Hang on just a second. Hi, Misty. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
He's on.
I'm doing just fine. Can you hang on just a second?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. I'll tell you what.
Can you turn it off?
We can recess, Judge, if you need to go.
You
You
what?
don't want to put her on speaker.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
It's not on speaker. I think we. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 to 70 inquests a year, I would say, and divide that in half, so that, because they share them. So we're talking about 30, 35 inquests a year.
Three a
If this-
month.
If it's anything like it was, back during my time, which was 12 years ago, let's say, and I bet it is. And of course, they're all in county. There's none out of county. So,
how many did you say there were?
I'd say there's 25. I'd say there's what? Well,
There's
no,
more.
I said there's 30 to 35 a month
You know
per-
how many we pay for? How many we pay for?
for each one. Well, no, I think there's anywhere from 60 to 70 a year.
I
in
think
total.
there's more than
You
that
think
now.
there's more than that now? Okay, I'm just going by what it was 12 years ago.
Everything's gone up, Judge.
Well, and everybody's getting old like me too, so there's more up. So, I bet you could probably say 80 a year then, 40 apiece.
That they actually go out on
Yeah,
and
that they
don't phone
have
them
to go-
in?
Well, see, that's something we never did either, is phone them in. We used to at least go to the hospital or to the far reaches of the county, or sometimes more than that. Sometimes you'd have to go make 2 or 3 trips per inquest to different places. So, I don't know what's reasonable. Let's say if you averaged 20 miles, 25, let's say you averaged 25 miles per times 40, let's say. How many miles are we talking there? Hundred?
45 times 20 a mile, 900 miles.
You what?
You say 45 inquest times 20 miles, 900?
Jody's predicting doing 60 this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
For himself.
Yep.
5 a month. Break it up by the month, 5 a month.
And don't forget magistrations, that's a trip to the jail every,
Didn't Jody do most of those now because he's sitting there?
I think they share them, but I'm not sure.
Jody's predicted to do 636 this year.
Magistrations, okay. But of course, it'd be different for the two of them. I'd say probably a big part of his are just walk down the hall to do his, whereas JP2 would have to drive 5 miles or so, or longer.
I don't know if they're using their personal vehicles. I don't think $6,000 per precinct is a lot of money. I mean,
I don't either. I think that's reasonable.
if they're only doing a couple of months, spread that out. And they're doing way more than that. They're doing 10 a month. $6,000.
Doing 5 a month on average according to Jody's, who has the numbers, I don't.
Yeah, eat that up real fast.
I'd say that's reasonable.
So you
split the call 50-50.
bump up another $1,200. You tip money.
Well,
Well,
you see it as that, but I see that as a very justifiable deal.
You can take that off of mine if you want to, just break even.
I hate to take it away from the judge's position if it's warranted, though. That's good. Appreciate you want to look at it that way, but at the same time, you won't always be judge. We'll have other judges there. So.
With the current IRS mileage rate of 65.5 cents divided into $6,000, they'd have to drive 9,160 miles a year.
Well, of course, wouldn't that also, does their going to school, that
No.
comes out of a different?
Yes.
Yeah, that's already budgeted somewhere.
Only within the county.
Okay.
Well, the IRS hasn't bought very many vehicles in a long time. That ain't very much money. Not that it's about buying a vehicle, but wear and tears and replacement costs that don't go very far.
That's a nationwide thing.
I know.
I mean, you
I
can,
know.
it's not buying the vehicle, but it's
well,
certainly doing the buying.
Well, I understand, but you start figuring in wear and tear on a car that.
For some reason, I thought they always tried to calculate in the cost of the entire operation, but like I said,
Precinct 2 doesn't even show any mileage money. He never has.
It's under car allowance.
I'm sorry?
It's under car allowance. It's up in the salaries. It's 10 something.
But showing mileage,
Mileage is if the employees drive over here or drive to the post office
so
or,
his comes out of the car allowance also.
his is only car allowance.
So if he goes out of county, it doesn't come out.
If he turns in a conference, travel reimbursement, it would come out of conference.
about the conference.
Anything associated with the conference, registration, hotel, meals, and mileage comes out of conference.
All right. look
Mileage
like-
is just for a run to the post office, a run to the courthouse.
I'm gonna bring up one more item, and I'll quit muddying the water here. We've talked about cutting conference expense. No doubt every one of them can walk up here and tell us they're justified, so there's no reason to call them back and ask them. We've got at least one, I think, that's asked for $12,000, and they hadn't spent more than $6,000 in the last 3 years. Well, I mean, that's it. I mean, we can throw all these numbers away and set a tax rate, guys.
That's true on that.
I mean,
I can tell you what the no new revenue rate is.
The what?
The no new revenue rate is 3.113. But I can't tell you what it would be with unused increments just yet.
and where are we now, 33?
3364.
So that's dropping us 2 cents.
No, it's bringing in the same amount of revenue as it
But yeah,
did the
yeah, I'm
prior
sorry.
year.
Yes, absolutely.
You're not
No, you-
cutting your rates, as
But tell me that number one.
some newspaper editorial said.
3113. But the problem is, next year, well, I'm sorry.
What's the problem?
Well, what we're doing is we continue to reduce our multiplier by 2 cents. Is that a good explanation, Shelley? Because you,
Which is the no new revenue. My
And-
fear is, costs go up every year. We haven't increased our multiplier. Well, we decreased our multiplier, but we haven't increased the revenues for so many years.
Well-
No, but we've got money in savings. No.
it took 18 years to get there.
And I don't want to blow the savings. That's what I'm saying.
It took 18 years to get there.
But the one thing that I've had people say to me is, if y'all don't have any large projects planned, why are y'all sitting on the money? Well, eventually something will come up.
But you're sitting on the money, you have to, some folks have goals to move out here and build a substation.
100%.
I mean, we've got a building over here to remodel,
No, 100%. I'm not. I know. I'm just saying what. That's.
Well, here's
you think
my
about
concern.
How much you want to.
Here's my concern. It took 18 years to build it. At the rate we're going, we're subject to go through it in 3 years. And at the end of that period, Shelley, there's times, did we not go with no new revenue rate? And because the court chose not to spend, we still grew fund balance some years?
If you never spend your whole budget, ever, but,
Till this last year.
there are years, yes, that you will add to your fund balance.
Even at no new revenue, we've done that.
Yeah.
But what we done different is we didn't let people come in here in the middle of the budget year and ask for the moon and us, oh, we know you need it, here it is. We've changed our spending thought process just a little bit. And then we had some unexpected expenditures. I mean, we read off a list a couple of weeks ago. But my concern is, if it looks like to fund this budget, we're looking at not only depleting some of that fund balance, but also going up on taxes. And I don't see any relief the next year and the next year.
I don't either.
So,
And my thought is, and the things that we're going up on are not frivolous spending. I mean, there are a few things that we could probably cut back on, but at the same time, it's like you said the other day. The only thing that can really cut a budget of this size in the head is employees, and we're not cutting employees. We're the cost of government's gone up. That's just as simple as that. And as much as I hate paying taxes, as much as I hate wanting to raise the tax rate, we're going to have to bump it.
well,
Otherwise,
but
we're
are you
going to
going
get behind the 3.5% curve as well.
But are you going to bump it enough to keep hitting your savings?
Maybe not hit it as much, but
I mean, we haven't taken our 3.5% the last 3 years, so tell me if I'm wrong, Shelley, we could take 10.5% if they wanted to take it. I'm
No,
exaggerating a little bit.
Technically, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
That's
What is
why,
so what is the technical of how it works?
well, it depends on the rate before
Okay.
and the rate before
there's a bunch
that.
of factors.
All those things roll forward and.
You can go back and
that's-
recapture and all.
Right, and that's why,
Not that I want to do that, I'm just curious.
right now, this whole thing is wrong.
I was just wondering if that was a thing,
But in
if we do get
reality,
fined.
in reality, we could go over the 3.5% without the threat of rollback.
Up to the voter approval rate.
Yeah, 'cause we can't go up there
You can't go over the voter approval rate,
without a voter,
taking your unused increment rate.
without a vote.
Correct.
Yeah, but, okay, so put that to us in layman's terms, we can still exceed the 3.5% if we, and not go over the voter approval rate. Right?
What?
We could still exceed the 3.5% increase.
I don't know that because the
Because
sheets are
the
wrong.
formulas are still, okay.
Okay.
You very well could go over the voter approval rate with your unused increments
So-
added in.
So the question becomes, what will be the voter approval rate?
I don't know
And-
that.
And do we want to go to the voter approval rate, take the max? You know, and we can take the max because we hadn't taken anything the last 2 years. Well, the media is a little bit confused when they said that we voted to slash revenues. We did not vote to slash revenues last year. We took no new revenues with the exception of new bills. The new bills, this year's generating what, a little over 300,000, so last year it probably generated somewhere around 300.
For M and O.
Yeah, everything we're talking
Just
about
for M&O.
is general fund,
Yeah.
so, but,
About the only thing a new bill should cover is employee raises.
yeah, so, but, anyway,
Basically, that's our decisions are gonna be whether we're gonna bump our tax rate or not.
well, and how much are you gonna bump it?
Yeah.
And it, what good's it gonna do if you deplete your savings anyway? My whole point for bringing all this up is, we need to be looking, nickels and dimes add up. We need to be
Yeah,
looking at places, knowing, and at some point in time, it gets down to people. And we don't need our people freaking out. But 6 years down the road, if you're running on revenues alone, you've got to make $6 million in cuts. Where are you going to get it?
And we need to be looking at three.
Judge, you can go if you need to
And
go
with that, and Shelley, you're
Quick
going to go
recess.
too, aren't you?
For this
Yeah.
closing, please.
Yeah, you want me
For
to?
the closing, yes, please.
Recesses, Chris.
It is now 2:51, and we will resume our deliberations after break. And we were right in the middle of talking about travel allowances, car allowances, et cetera, et cetera. So who had the last word?
I think we said move along.
I think we said move along. Okay.
What I think I heard.
All right
that
then.
was-
All right then, let's see. Environmental health inspection.
I think there was anything on that department.
I don't remember any problems. Judge, emergency, we've already talked about county judge, and we've moved along, is that correct?
Yep.
Emergency medical services, EMS, we're gonna look at later. Tax assessor collector. All right. Who wants to say something there?
Oh. What was her ask? She had stipend ask, EA ask.
That was, I think, the main thing.
It's
And
pretty
cell
obvious
phone
we're not
ask.
Pretty obvious we're not gonna do a EA.
I think we left it at cell phone allowance. So I think we left it for an increase.
Do what?
I think the one thing we did talk about on hers is to do the cell phone allowance.
Want me to read what y'all?
Always got to be somebody taking notes.
Consider reducing the conference to 8,000 and no decision to create an EA or stipend pay or something.
Did do the cell phone because we've done her and Marcy's both. I thought at the same time, right?
We have,
That's the right call.
Yeah, we done hers and Marcy. We done the cell phones, but
Y'all might have to come back, that was just we on discussion, y'all might have to come back and actually.
you really want to show up just when we was getting ready to go home?
Just when we were getting ready to get this budget. What are you talking about?
I thought we passed it. Said we liked it.
Thought we were, do we have anything on his?
I offered up my riding mower for him to
Oh, Rick's.
use.
Rick, did you have anything you wanted us to address us about?
Yeah, but after you get finished, don't have anything to do with it.
Oh, okay.
Rick, you wasn't in here. I've got a Kubota zero turn mower, 48 inch, that I'm not wearing out by any sense of the imagination. You can't have it, but if you're gonna come and get it and use it, you know, keep it till I need it or something, because you'll use it 4, 5, 6 times to my one.
Okay.
If that interests you and save us about 7,500 or whatever the number was on a mower.
Me, that's fine.
It's
That's fine.
it's got like a
We
one.
need something dependable, local.
It might need a bath, but other than that, it's pretty solid. I mean,
You can't even give it a bath for him?
well, it's probably had one, but you know, you come through stirring up
You
dust.
bring it down to my wash bay, we'll wash it for you.
And remember, possession is,
no, this is different tax money.
Yeah.
come on, let me have some
That got
fun.
shut down.
No,
Just-
sorry.
Oh, dadgummit.
It's probably got an asset number tied to me and Shelley's. But anyway, it could be used, and it probably needs to be used, so.
That's fine.
And you still got a small trailer, don't you? So,
Okay. Anything else on the tax assessor collector? Was there a stipend or anything like that?
She asked for one. What's everybody's thoughts on that?
How much was it? Remember?
I have a note of $5,000.
Yeah. And the rationale was,
There, she's up here for the election and all that. After hours and everything. But what'd she say to you in the preliminary budget hearing?
you know, Shelley, do you remember any notes on that in the preliminary? I didn't remember that from the preliminary, but
I mean, we can rehash old news, but, I mean, 2 years ago, when they were requesting the EA, we gave Brandy an additional employee full-time and gave Pam a $5,000 pay increase.
I forgot about the employee at the same time. Your memory's a lot better than you lead on to be.
Yeah.
Well,
But-
y'all offered the employee to Pam. You gave it to tax office.
And I want to take absolutely nothing away from our tax assessor collector. She's doing a bang-up job. And, you know, it in itself is a decent salary. We all want and need more, and she hasn't done that. But she did get a full-time employee when Pam, and Pam's $5,000 stipend was considerably less than a full-time employee. But that's where we came from. But she did ask for a phone allowance, and I thought that we agreed to the phone allowance.
Yeah, I agree.
But, I mean,
And then that person primarily works on the elections.
well,
Well,
and
not the election, but the voting.
I'm going to say this wrong, but her voter registration stuff pretty much goes throughout the year.
Yeah. 12 months.
So it doesn't, I mean, and when it comes to elections, Pam ends up supervising how many judges, 25 or 30 judges over a 2 or 3 week period, and it's just it's around elections it gets real hectic. But again, Brandy's solid gold, doing us a good job. But
Anybody else have any comments on any of that?
y'all have any thoughts?
I mean, that's just an observation. It's not
Do we-
not a position. I mean,
Do we have it in there? Did it get in there for the cell phone?
Yes.
Okay,
so-
I knew we voted on some
What I
cell
was
phone.
reading was the first time y'all just discussed it, y'all said no decision, and then on the last day, which I don't even have that time yet.
Okay, what we voted for, cell
I
phone.
think y'all did vote, I don't have that time yet.
Yeah.
That's, because that's when,
Marcy was here.
why am I blank? Patty came in the door and said, she,
Oh, didn't want one.
She didn't want
Yeah,
one.
yeah. She was the third one, yeah.
okay. Let's move to next. What do we got?
County clerk. Oh, man.
Ain't nothing in there.
Oh,
We have anything left open-ended on yours? Nothing. We're good, yeah.
okay. District clerk,
I think we've handled everything she's got too.
most of that
Did
was
the
in
yeah.
preservation.
Yeah, did the cell phone allowance and preservation for,
I suggest we come back on sheriff unless there's something anybody wants to say right away. And jail.
You say put him in jail?
So y'all saw the email I sent you from the comptroller clarifying that
Yep.
the salaries could be retro back if you paid it. I'm going to email and ask about equipment.
Okay.
If we
Oh,
can,
so if he got his car sooner, he could pay for them or,
well,
it's grant.
he's not gonna get them before
Yeah, but-
January. But if we could do the PO to order them in October, I mean, because he still hasn't gotten all his for this year yet.
Right.
So it'll be, I mean, it'll be well past it, but if we can go ahead and encumber them, like they said, the salary, if you went ahead and started paying the salary, that would count towards the grant. So I'm gonna
All-
email.
All salaries, not just the sheriff's, right?
Yes.
Because didn't have anything to do. At one point in time, we had to do his because we had to put it in the paper, right?
Yes, you're gonna have to, since he's getting an increase also, we're gonna have to advertise that.
Well, see, we're gonna have to do that now you're gonna end up with several elected official salaries you're gonna have to work on.
Well-
His, Carol Johnson's, because car allowance. There was another one I was thinking about too. Oh, Marcy's, because phone allowance.
We do everybody's, because at this point, we're at a 3% unless y'all take that back.
Right, and you said that 3% is $190,000 if you, was that a good number? $190,000 is all it costs. That sounds terrible, the way I said it, but
Well, but that's not counting the 6% for the law enforcement.
right, but if we do what now?
That's not counting the 6% for the law enforcement. That is the
That's funded.
3% for everybody else.
Yeah, but it's $190,000 for the few that aren't in law enforcement,
Correct.
to give a 3% raise to those non-law enforcement personnel.
Can we talk about that? As far as that 6% bill, can we not say that needs to be a stipend? That way when it goes away, or if it ever goes away,
Is there any issue with that, Shelley? I don't, HR, you see issues with that? Is it a different paper trail?
Like when the grant's available, they have this, and then the grant goes away. That's
Pretty slick idea.
a real slick idea, Commissioner.
we're on the hook for that.
Hope it's not mine. It belongs to that man down there. He was sitting in class, paying attention.
They said that at conference.
Yeah.
When I said at conference,
Yes, sure.
Y'all paid a Tuesday conference. I'm proud of you. I like it. I like it. I like it. I was holding down the fort for y'all.
Yeah, you did
What did
fine.
they tell you at conference?
They suggested stipends.
Recommended giving stipends instead of raises. That way when if it ever does go away, it's,
they said it's budgeted into the
Biennium.
biennium deal.
Right.
They think it's gonna keep going, but they don't know. They could pull it at any time.
What they called it was budgeted in a basic,
Base
base budget, I think, yeah.
Well, you know, if you stop and think about it, stipends could be used just about anywhere, couldn't they?
Well, but the reason for doing this one is if the grant went away, then
No,
but yeah, we have done stipends here and gave, rather than be a cumulative number, perpetual number, we gave what, 1,200 per employee or something one year? Or just a flat increase rather than a percentage raise. Yeah, we've done that too. And it was for a one-year deal.
Can you give a stipend rather than a raise? Can you?
Personally, it wouldn't bode well to give them money and then take it away.
well, that's what I'm sitting there thinking. Economy tanks in 3 years and we don't have that grant. It's either take the money away or place somebody else, right? I mean,
And then if they don't cut it, it's still there. And if we're doing well and they cut it, then we just pick up the salary, just like we did on ARPA.
Right.
So,
But he's included dispatchers which are not included in the grant.
we did what?
Include dispatchers which are not included in the grant.
And they talked about that too. They feel like they should have been, but they weren't. if they're a jailer and a dispatcher, jailer has to be
That'd be 70%.
70% or 75%. Because some of them cross over.
Yeah, some of the really smaller counties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they have to put in 75% of the time as jailer.
Yeah. And you gotta prove it up. Which we don't.
I could be wrong, but I don't think any of our dispatchers serve as jailers.
Yeah.
It's hard to give people within one organization, some a raise, some not.
It is in county government, but not out there in the real world.
Do what?
It is in county government, but not out in the real world.
In the real world.
Well, real world's a little bit different too.
But I think what we're looking at is because of the grant.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a different animal.
Yeah.
We dang sure don't wanna lose it.
No, we need to take it,
Yeah.
whether we, yeah.
No, but I guess back to what I'm saying was, if the grant was given as a stipend, and that's kind of what you were thinking, Matt? If the grant was given as a stipend, then you wouldn't have that inconsistency from that point on. Or that 1 year, yes, where you got a stipend for some people, but the next year, everybody's equal again.
Well, as long as the grant goes on, it would be, they would get the stipend. We don't know how long the grant's.
Well, if the grant ends though,
Right.
rather than, now you got some of them making 6% more than those that didn't get to take advantage of the grant. In other words, okay, dispatchers don't get included on the 6%, correct?
And I think what the state's saying that the dispatchers aren't getting shot at either. I mean, that's the reason it's because of the shortfall of the sheriff's department, that they're trying to improve that through the grant to keep staff.
Law enforcement specifically, and jailers,
Yes.
yeah. Not to say dispatchers aren't absolutely important, but,
Sure,
I mean,
I agree with that.
like I said, it's, not everybody makes the same pay.
No.
I mean, we don't all make the same as the judge, and others don't make the same that we do, but we all show up and perform a service for county government every day.
So do you, if that becomes a stipend, do they still get another raise? Thank you. Should bring in my Tylenol.
Oh, I thought, what?
Do they still get another raise to keep that salary in line? So if we do lose a stipend, that salary hadn't dropped completely off the market, for a better word. Maybe not this year, but
I think what happens, right now, they get a 6% increase as a stipend,
right. I
okay?
understand, yeah.
And next year, because it's funded, they will get to continue drawing that same 6% until the legislators fail to fund it.
Yeah, so next year, if we were to give them a 3% raise, we would still give them a 3% raise.
I think probably, now what we did talk about is those that's gonna get the 6 this time, don't get the 6 and the 3.
Right.
That's victims assistance, that's sheriff's office. Who else getting something? Any other grant? I thought there was one more.
Prosecutors.
Prosecutor. But the prosecutors didn't ask for any.
Huh?
Prosecutors didn't ask for any out of that 175.
Well, but they're probably waiting till they apply.
So, but Does that answer your question?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that, Matt's whole thing is if for some reason the legislators pull it back,
It's not us to.
we
keep
could
funding.
say, hey, it was funded with the stipend went away. Or we would get the chance, if we were doing well financially, to say, oops, wait a minute, we can't stand to lose the staff,
Yeah, well.
and we gotta suck it up in
Stay
the
there.
budget.
Okay.
And then we go to HR and tell her to work a miracle.
And you can't apply until the 1st of January, is that right?
After the first, I don't know if it is
Okay.
exactly on the first.
Yeah, after the 1st.
But they will, if we fund it out of general fund, they will retro it back to us, is that correct?
That was an email from the comptroller. Now they're still working on the rules and the
But that's the way we
application.
interpret it today.
Yes. I'm sure it's subject to change.
Government involved, anything subject to change.
As I said, maybe we should bring sheriff and jail back.
So does the 190 include everybody except for those
6%ers.
Okay, that's everybody across the whole board.
That's the difference between the 6%ers and
3%ers, or nothing.
So, you want to raise for all of the jailers?
Good luck, Rick.
You don't do 70%.
You have to be 75%. It's good try, but nah. That was slick, Rick, you know? And the whole time I thought you were sitting over napping.
What does,
We need
you
a
said
little
it
help.
curiosity has nothing to do with our budget, but what's the number for the 6%?
305,
305?
that's what I think. Isn't it 305 at 6%? What is it?
I have no idea. I didn't put the budget. Yeah, I didn't
Okay.
put the budget in
Okay.
without it.
I think, for some reason, I
We're
thought
getting
that,
350,000. That doesn't mean that's covering all of the 6%.
my understanding is 6%, and maybe it's not got the bennies in it, was $305,000, and $45,000 will be spent toward equipment, but
Looking at my phone,
don't etch it in stone. He didn't get any numbers from you.
it's just ringing like crazy, it's Monday.
We got a phone call about you.
Wait, I probably have it. You put it
Very good one.
on your spreadsheet when you put current, does that include the change in the retirement rate?
Got grass on the fence.
It is.
Sue? Are you kidding?
I'm doodling.
Do good, do good.
Grass on the fence.
I was more
What's
curious
your
about that
name?
conversation you and the judge was having.
Yeah.
Hang on, I might can tell you.
Okay, that's mine then, huh?
What we doing now?
Oh, we're passing the buck is what
So-
we're doing right now.
I might can tell you, hang on just a second. For some reason, did our internet go down? You think it did? I think our internet just went down. I might not can tell you anything.
Rick, jailers aren't allowed in here.
It won't affect the decision as whether or not we're gonna be a stipend or a raise though, so, I mean, that's what we're waiting on. That number is what it is.
Our Wi-Fi, our internet just went down.
Oh, God, it's killing me. Oh,
Certainly.
Question, did our internet just go down?
Seems like it's working on,
well, so are we, now, you're,
seems like it's working on.
well, so are we, now, you're hourglassing up here.
Earl said he sees it too.
I gave you the no new revenue,
Okay, yeah.
but I can't give you the rates with any additional
Okay.
unused increments because they're not correct.
Okay. What's lacking to get
I'm sorry?
What's lacking to be able to figure them? What changed?
The correct numbers.
Okay. I was sitting here looking at the ones you emailed over the weekend.
Well, would you like to move on and see if there's something we can talk about
Yeah.
without?
Yeah.
How about if we talk about the county attorney?
Oh, yeah, we got some things on him.
Yep.
Pull up that email. Oh, well, I can't. Maybe. What's in my email should already be in my email.
Can we leave him as is, and if we have him, if he has a need, we pull out a contingency or something? His ask is not huge, but again, we put those numbers in, we gotta fund it out of savings or tax increases.
County treasurer. I don't think there's anything there to discuss, was there? JP1, have we already discussed the two JPs as much as we need to, or do we need to revisit? Not getting much feedback here.
Oh, I'm done.
You
Stick a
done?
fork in me, I'm done.
All right.
We need to make up our mind on the car allowance and everything, but I think we make them match whether we go up or down.
Well, I'm big on matching. I agree with you.
Well, that's what Carol said too. I mean, make
Yeah.
a match, go up or down. Anybody have any thoughts on that one?
Let's see, it cost, what? Well,
$1,200, Judge, $1,200.
More than that, you got fringe benefits.
Yeah, but I mean, base rate, $1,200. Can you pay retirement on it?
Oh, on the
Yeah.
car allowance? Oh, I see.
Just like you do
Okay,
your phone
yeah.
allowance.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, this nickel and dime stuff adds up to $100 bills.
what was the constables get?
A car.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you asking for a grand total or the total in the sheriff's office with the 6%?
Say that again.
Are you asking for the grand total for the budget or just the sheriff's office?
I was curious on the sheriff's office. I mean, I can add them two together and get the grand total. So I guess you can give me the grand total and I can take away the 190.
I don't have the grand total.
It's on that one summary sheet, isn't it? That's where I thought you showed me the number.
Well, that's between the 6% and the 3%. Now he wants to know what the 6% is costing.
Oh,
Cost.
oh, okay.
What are you looking at?
I'm reading Ed's email again.
You still on county attorney?
I'm multitasking. You said just leave it as it is and we have to go to contingency,
I mean, it's office supplies, it's insurance hadn't gone up. It's budgeted at $700.
Yeah.
$1,000 for fuel to drive there, back and forth, you know. Actually, it's not a huge change, but
I feel what you're laying down.
if you look at the last 3-year average, it's not an issue.
Yeah, I was just reading the words. Really, we're down to the tough decisions, and I guess to make the big number of decisions, just wait till she has everything where she can tell us what each tax rate will generate, and make the big decision, get it done.
You brought it right. Let's see, just we haven't talked about road and bridge, Gary.
Excuse me a second. What do you guys order deaf from Douglas? You ordered deaf from Douglas, any of you?
Not that I know of.
That's one of us ordered diesel fluid.
They're at my barn with the order from 720.
So between the sheriff's office and the jail with, between current, no changes. Let's see. But that is with changing the 2 salaries in the jail and adding a new employee to the sheriff's office versus that same scenario plus the 6% is $306,607.
About 1,600.
That's just.
That's with the
for
new
law.
employee and increasing the pay for 2 employees new employee in the sheriff's office and changing the salary for 2 people in the jail.
So that's 306, 607 out of the 350
For the law enforcement.
for law enforcement.
For the sheriff's office and the jail. That doesn't include, the, canine officer or courthouse security.
Are they included in that?
Huh?
Are they included under that grant?
Yes.
I would think, to get shot at.
Canine officer themselves is not in that. They're a separate line item.
They're a separate department.
Right.
Say that
Okay.
your dispatcher should be, or should have been, someone thought included in that.
No, they didn't say that.
Say that
They said that we're not included in that.
they were not included.
Well, what else y'all want to do today? Y'all want to get out of here and come back when she's got the final numbers and hash it out?
What I don't want to do is come back again and say.
I don't want to do this again. I think we've got all this ironed out. We got a few big ones to hash out on the last day when we've got all the numbers. We can look at what each tax rate will bring us. We can look and see. We can, plan ahead for a few years with the 3.5% cap that the state.
When you say
Put on.
each tax rate, what are you talking about?
Well, when you get used to, like every year you give us a, the 3113 is our no tax rate, and we, what 32 cents will bring us, and then what 35 cents will bring us, what the vote required tax rate is, all that, where we can.
It's 325, 841 with courthouse security and K-9.
Oh,
Still under our 350. She told us multitasking.
she was multitasking. She's the queen of multitasking.
I'll try to be more accurate.
Yeah, please do. Please do. Because we don't know what the voter.
Approval rate is.
Yeah. Huh?
It looks like the voter, and this could change. Right now, it looks like the voter approval rate is 0.3189.
Not much.
So why is that?
We're at 313.
We can't even go up a penny.
Dollar here, dollar there. You can say it. I don't think that's right. Though.
What?
I need to go back and look at whatever you wrote down. We are,
That's after the sales tax adjustment.
So we can't even go up a penny without going to a vote.
I said it could change.
Huh?
I said it could change. I don't know how much, but probably not
okay.
enough to.
Is that because our backs are against the wall with this 3.5% thing? I don't guess I can understand how that spread could be so close. No new revenue and voter approved revenue.
She's being sarcastic to let you
are
read
less
it
than a
yourself.
penny apiece apart.
All right, we're at 3364 right now, and 3189 is, so the difference is 3113 and 3189, right?
Holy shoot! So if the voter tax rate is 3189, can we go 3188? I mean,
Right now, it's
you're only talking about going up less than a penny.
0.76.
0.76. That's all we can do.
But I've got to double check to make sure that is correct.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
I would hope that's incorrect,
I hope it is too.
because if not, you're,
So last year's voter approval rate was 0.3417, and we went to 3364. Y'all voted 3364.
So we can't even keep the rate the same.
no, the rate's coming down. I mean,
It
that's,
has to.
yeah, it drives it down. I mean, and
The
that's-
sales tax brings it, the higher appraisals and the sales tax brings it down. To create the same amount of revenue
Right,
that
right.
we got this year for next
Right,
year.
I understand that, yeah.
What was last year's voter approval rate?
3417.
And we went to 3364.
That was the no new revenue rate.
So
And that
we could-
difference is 0.0053.
So last year, if we would've went up at all, we couldn't have gone up but 0.53.
0.0053.
What's a few zeros here?
A lot.
This is real disheartening.
Well, that's what happens. when
This
we
is,
sit here and
this
say,
is,
We can't cut, we can't cut, we can't cut, and poof.
How much y'all wanna cut now? Y'all see the numbers?
This is the results of the new tax laws, property tax laws.
So, Shelley,
Wow.
if we went to just under voter approved rate, and you may not can answer this, this may take you some calculating.
Holy
How
cow.
much we're gonna have to deplete our fund balance?
Sorry.
Is that too complicated right now?
Would take me a minute.
We're real close to agreeing, I'm guessing.
But if we were to, hypothetically, put your thinking hats on. If we, well, we can't. I mean, we're still having to pull from savings to fund this budget. I was gonna say, if we wanted to pull more out of savings to fund this budget. No, that's where I'm going with this. So if we wanted to pull more out of savings to fund this budget, so instead of pulling, let's say the number's 6 million, we want to pull 12 million out. Well, that's going to drive our rate down even further. So then the following year, if we needed to bring it back up to not pull as much out of savings,
No, that doesn't affect the rate.
it wouldn't, you
It
wouldn't be
It
able to
doesn't
bring it back
affect, it
up
doesn't
then?
affect the
Your
rate.
rate's your rate, but we're
Okay.
not gonna fund X amount.
I just didn't know if
And
it
right now
came
it's-
down too far, if we could never get it to come back up where we need it. You know, you
Well, the
understand what
problem
my
is-
brain is trying to tell
Well,
you?
What the problem is because of increased values and stuff, our tax rate has dropped from, over the years, from 50 cents down to 31.
Mm-hmm.
But you take that .31, well, like this year, we got $160 million, no, $160 million.
Yeah.
You divide that by 100, gets you down to 16 million, multiply that times .31. Well, or 33 or what it was. So, but as you reduce that multiplier, then you reduce your revenue. It doesn't make any difference. Where your savings comes in is, I think on this year's, what do we have, $23 million revenues, that what generating that alone, okay? So then we took 6 million and added, from savings and added to it to fund the budget.
Right.
And I mean, and we've let our expenses grow over the years, and that's a problem.
Our expenses have grown naturally, not by, I don't think it's been any,
Well, we provide better services in surrounding counties,
for sure.
and those services cost money. I mean, I bragged on Randy down at the tag office, they do a great job. You walk in there, 35 minutes, you're waiting on them. You go to Denton County, it's an hour, 30 minutes, whatever it is, you know. Those luxuries cost money.
We can't ever compare to Denton County, but
No, well,
We can compare
our
to maybe-
service, we can absolutely compare service,
Well,
it costs you money. In other words, Denton County could increase their expenses and hire more admin assistants, and they could put people out in 5 minutes like we do.
just,
That makes sense.
yeah, the ratios would just be way higher. Yep, I got you.
Well, I'm just,
No, I
I'm just
know
not
what you're saying.
saying. And, you know, you go back to, I said this early on, you may choose whether or not you want to preserve documents or you want to keep employees.
Yeah.
Because that, like I said, that 176 is really 600,000 or 700,000 in the next 2 years.
I think each year from here on out, it gets more and more crucial, you know, to not get into our contingency and our savings.
Well, if we truly deplete 7 this year, and 6 this year and 7 next year, that's 13, we're down to 5 million. So that following year, you can't run the budget,
Yeah.
period.
But, and you can't, and you wouldn't be able to because, well, you'd have to go out for a vote.
Well, when people come up and say, I need more people, we need to be critical
Yeah.
about hiring people.
I hope everybody's watching this on video. You know, it turns out it was the commissioners this and the commissioners that, but when it comes down to it, it's the facts and the states have got our hands tied.
Well, and it's.
Let me ask a simple question here. And Matt, for your benefit too, you might already understand it much better than I do, but how did we get this way over the years? Over the last 3 or 4 or 5 years.
Money's been put into savings every year.
We used to go up to affect a rollback rate every year, and then we stopped doing that.
Now we can't even bump it up because
And 1 year we went below effective rate.
what's, the part that I don't understand is why the no new revenue is so close to the voter.
Because they have shrunk. You can't go 8% anymore. You can only go 3.5%.
You could go back and attempt to throw
Okay,
previous courts.
I know that's what I got you now. It clicked. Because naturally, we're gonna generate,
used to-
we're gonna generate more than, we're gonna generate 3.5, just, the 3.5 is included in our new,
It's and you roll it over from the year before.
gotcha.
And
But
back
you
in the
used to
day,
get effective, and then you could go 8% up to rollback. You can't do that anymore.
Can't do that anymore. Now it's 3.5.
Well, and when we were going to the rollback, that was under the Freeman era. I don't think we've had a judge since that's taken us to rollback. Is that not true, Shelley?
No. Last year, you proposed right under voter approval, and then
Voted it down.
voted it no new revenue.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, we have not taken rollback up to rollback since probably 2010.
Since Freeman left.
See, so this, I mean, it'd be easy to go throw some courts under the bus, but the bottom line is, it's not what you bring in, it's what you spend.
Well, okay, let's look at the spending. What kinds of things has the county spent money on?
Since I've been here, we've probably increased staff by 40 people.
Since I've been here, we've only added like 4 people.
We used to have like 225, 230, and we're like at 280 now.
About 40 people.
Since I've been here, we've only added like 4 people.
I bet we've added more than that.
Maybe in your road and bridge department.
No, not her. Yeah, they got whole new
That was before me.
investigation staff.
That was before me.
Sheriff's office.
Well, sheriff's office, yeah. I'm gonna say outside of the sheriff's office, I've only been a part of adding 4 people that I've actually
We've done
been part of
admin
the
staff.
vote
We added septic people. We made Veterans Affairs full-time. It'd take a minute, but
District clerk's got
district clerk's got a couple. We converted the 2 in
Subdivision.
maintenance since you've been here.
Subdivision.
Subdivisions.
Yeah, there's one.
I mean, so, and so the question becomes, who, if anybody, is underutilized? You know, if everybody's fully utilized, then we've made good decisions. If they're not, we've made some bad decisions.
I don't think there's been any frivolous, irresponsible spending or decisions. It's just the cost of everything's gone up, and the tax rate's been no new revenue to make it look good for the voters, and here we are with the backs up against the wall with it.
Well, it's not to make it look good to the voters. I mean, we saved money saying, hey, we'd have it for a rainy day.
Right.
But all of a sudden, we had a downpour.
Yeah.
I mean, when we're going through it 6 million a year at a time, you know, and I mean, I still say there's times we took no new revenue and still grew our fund balance, which would have been incorrect of us to go tax the taxpayer to grow the fund balance.
Right. And that was some of the things that have been brought up to me, you know.
Now, why are you sitting on
Don't
it?
grow, what are you sitting on it for?
Well, but the problem, what the average person doesn't get, yeah, we're sitting on it, and 3 years down the road,
It could be gone if it's.
we're done.
Well,
I know that all the budget requests in the middle of the year will be big decisions.
I mean, when we walked in and took office on January whatever, any of us, for the last 2 or 3 years, we've been sitting on 18 million. So if we deplete it in 3 years, we ain't got nobody to look to but us.
okay, back to that. If we've depleted that in the last 3 years,
Upcoming 3, Judge, not the last 3.
do what now?
The next 3, not the last 3.
Yeah, it hadn't been depleted.
It's sitting there.
It's sitting there, it's there.
Okay, but,
But it's taken 6 million to
okay,
fund it.
I left here 8 years ago. Okay. What has happened in the last, well, the last 3 years, 4 years?
We've grown it. For the most part, I would say we've grown
You
it.
talking about personnel?
No, I'm talking about fund balance. It's grown until this last year. I mean,
No, it's dropped in the last 3 years.
last 3 years, but when we say dropped, at one point in time, we were about 21 million, wasn't we?
Yeah, about
See.
4 years ago.
And that's what it usually was when, I remember 21, 22.
I would say we were before, and Shelley could probably check it, but I would say we were probably in the 13s or 14s, wasn't we, Shelley?
Right now?
No, back when the judge was here before. We'd have to go look at numbers.
Well, I don't know that. off the
Yeah,
top of
I
my
don't
head.
think we got into the 18s and 20s till the last bit, but anyway, we're not gonna solve anything this afternoon.
Well, you're right about that, but if we think about these things, now, you know, some's been said about, you know, $1,200 a year, you know, some's been said about less than that. That's not really the kinds of things that I'm talking about. Yes, they add up, but it takes a whole lot of those to add up to one big thing. What are the big things that we can get rid of?
Well, the only way you fix it is cut salaries. I mean, when you get this far into it, or you might deplete your savings over the next 3 years and hope that growth, you know, your revenues at some point get to be enough to pay your expenses.
But it's, what I'm watching is the more new growth we get, the lower the daggum tax rate is, so you can't add to it.
Well, and that goes back to your state legislators.
Yeah, and then, yeah.
I mean,
I remember Goldsworthy telling me that this 3.5% cap was gonna really hurt cities and county governments that were responsible.
Absolutely.
It's gonna get the ones that were irresponsible under control, but the ones like us that were responsible is gonna hurt us like hell, and here we are right here.
Absolutely.
Thanks a
those
lot,
that were
state
good
legislators.
stewards, those that were good stewards,
Yeah.
and we were.
And we have been good.
I mean, we were in good financial positions, but
That's why I'm so shocked that there's not even a penny's difference in between the no new revenue and what we have to go out to the voters to set the tax rate in. We
Well,
can't even
that
come
was
here at
the
2
same
cents.
last year.
I don't remember it from last year, so.
yeah.
0.0038, is that what I just said?
No, she
Oh,
gave it
35?
Yeah, I get it. I guess
So-
I've been more
so we-
focused in on this year. I've spent, all I do is sit here and think about all this.
But the thing is, and it's hard to do, but we need to be thinking about it all year. And when we get these impromptu requests, it's all in crisis mode, you know, then we would be better prepared. I mean, and
Right.
everybody's doing a wonderful job. Everybody needs more people, you know, and that's the reason I say we probably provide better services for the county our size than anybody around us.
You know, and I've been saying it. I mean, I'm sure a lot of employees will look at me with hatred in their eyes because I've been talking about this. The raises is hard. It can be hard for us, but you know, at the end of the day, it don't cut that much out to keep everybody happy. But you know, it's
I mean,
it all rolls uphill or off shoulders, guys. It's all on us.
And, you know, I said something about conference expense, and I honestly have not done the number, but I suggest we could cut most of them by 50%, save about $50,000.
And then at the end of the day, does $50,000. I mean, it is. It's worth saving.
Well, but it's not only that, you save it this year, next year, and the
Yeah,
year
yeah,
after.
100%.
We're not, look, that's the problem, we get focused on 1 year.
I think, yeah, and that, I was talking to Judge Starnes over the weekend. He said, you just make sure that don't talk about this year, talk about 1, 3, 5, and 10 years. We got doing this.
I mean-
That was what he was preaching.
I mean, if we got offices that we lose someone to attrition, we need to think real hard about refilling that position.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough to say, hey, somebody's job might be at risk, but if you truly come up 1 year with a $6 million shortfall, you'll lay off 15 or 20 people.
Yeah, real fast.
And it won't be what you want to do, what you think, and what's fair. It's, go identify them because we're going to lay them off.
Welcome back, Judge.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
But we're not in a bind.
no,
It's just my deal is how do we keep from dipping into our savings of $6 million for the next 3
that's
years?
right.
And we're not going to go broke as long as we got revenues coming in.
Right.
Well,
But
one thing that I hope doesn't continue is the media going, oh my God, we got a $7 million shortfall this year.
oh my God, it's true.
Oh, okay, but that sounds a whole lot worse than what it is what I'm saying.
Well, I would suggest to you it is bad, Judge.
Yes, it is, but
They're
you know what I'm saying.
They're
That
making it
sounds
sound like we've been
we're
irresponsible.
gonna run out of money, 3 months before the end of the year. is
They're
what-
making it
what
sound
that
like we've
sounds
been irresponsible.
No, and the point there is, obviously I'm the one that's been highlighting that. I mean, read the editorials. Okay?
No, we all have.
No, but my whole point is that is a real situation. And where we're not broke this year and we're not broke next year, if you don't change something, you're going to be broke in the third year. You can't pay your bills. And so it's not a crisis today, but if we don't somehow work toward either controlling our spending or do things like bring in a weigh station or something that brings in money,
That needs to be our top priority.
I mean, you can say I'm crying wolf, you can say lots of things, and I absolutely hope I'm wrong. But if I stick my head in the sand and say, I don't care, spend the money, deplete the savings, I'm doing the people I represent a disservice.
No, I'm just saying that we all to some degree have said shortfall. What I hate is that out there and people are actually wringing their hands there. You mean the county's gonna be out of money here? What, by December, January, what, we're gonna be, out of money and go? No, it's not.
But you
it's
should
not
be able
that.
to explain that to them when they say those things. Oh, we're not now, but we will be in 3
You can't
years.
explain that to unless you've worked with this and know what you're talking about. You can't explain that to somebody when the paper says, "Oh my God, we're $7, $8, $9 million in shortfall and it's dire emergency and all of this kind of stuff." And that's kind of what's going on out there. And you know how things get.
But
It's not a. Yeah, we can get. We're okay, but we don't have that we often do have.
I would much rather tell them what our situation is, especially if we're forced to go up on taxes.
But why?
Why not? I thought, is it not?
Okay.
All right, is it not true that we're going to have to pull anywhere between $6 and $8 million out of our savings
Okay.
to fund the budget this year?
I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room here a little bit.
Okay.
Okay? All right. And I'm talking about what people say because, quite frankly, I was one of those people here not too awful long ago before I got back in here. Why in the world did you buy the Crest building? Why in the world did you buy to people, that's $4 or $5 million that.
That's not
the
in the
county's-
general fund.
That's not, people don't see that, okay, is what I'm saying.
Well, first off,
The
that's a bunch of
county bought a building for $3 million. Okay,
We got
why,
900 and something.
what are you gonna do with it?
Well,
Okay,
So let me answer that.
sure.
Okay. So that money
For the public.
for the public.
Okay.
That money had been prior to my being here the money had been budgeted for putting into permanent improvements in case something like that came up. It was less than $1 million. It was a deal. Now you closed on it just a few minutes ago. It's a wash. We bought this bank building. We are busting at the seams in certain offices. We needed the room. People think that we can go out and afford to build a $30 million complex because we don't need to be downtown. We can't afford it. Here's the numbers for you. But we can afford to buy a building downtown for in the $1 million range that will serve the same purpose as $30 million. I don't know. I think you're using $3 million as an exception. But like the buildings that we're buying are pennies on the dollar. And I was against this big bank purchase at first too, but I got on board once I started turning numbers and seeing what we could do with it and owning the whole block at our control. It's pennies on the dollar compared to what it costs to build a new commercial building. It costs you $400 a foot to buy buildings that were, you sit here and laugh at me, Judge.
No, I'm not laughing at you.
$400 a foot to build these buildings that we're buying for less than $50 a foot. I mean, to me, those are good, smart purchases that were budgeted for. We didn't pull the money out of savings. Money had been put into the permanent improvement accounts over time to have money saved up to make purchases.
And when we bought the Crest, we didn't know we were going to get an opportunity at Prosperity Bank.
Right, yeah, it came after the
We
fact.
got an opportunity 12 years ago and we turned it down.
Well, but 12 years ago, they wanted 1.9 million and they wanted a lease, and you and I thought that didn't make any sense, and it didn't.
Yeah, it
But
didn't.
when we bought it for 900,000 just a few years later, in need of space, it was a good decision. It's something tangible. What are you looking at? You want to chime in here or something? So, but it's no comparison to, I mean, what,
Speak to the public now. Don't speak to me. I'm not against you. I'm not saying, I'm not talking against you, okay?
I've been
These are the questions I get to answer sometimes, and I know you do too.
Yeah, well, and I answer them different, I guess, than some others, because I absolutely say it's real world. Because unless somebody can sit here and tell me what's going to change, that we're not going to be 7 million short again next year, then everything I'm saying is gospel. And it may or may not, am I wrong? I mean, we're going to have revenues come in, but, you know, and we've done deficit budgeting for years, and we typically have not spent our contingency money. But again, this is the first year that we've spent even our contingency money. So something happened in the way the court runs its business.
So if you go up to .3188, if that is our voter approval rate plus a .001, general fund will end up with $432,484 more dollars.
It'll grow. What'd you say?
Not with the $7.9 million deficit, no.
Oh, okay, say this again. All right, put it.
General fund will receive $432,484 more dollars than going to no
Oh.
new revenue.
Okay, that's basically new bills and stuff of that nature, right?
That's going up to just less than the voter approval rate.
Okay, so now instead of being 7.9 million deficit, it's 7 million,
7.5.
7.5 million.
Take away 2 million, so it's 5.5.
Yeah, and the 2 million it's saved in case somebody shows up. I just got to have some help. I blew a tire on my bicycle and I need a Mercedes. So that's the number. Instead of depleting it by 7.9 million, we just deplete it by 7.4. Now, I shouldn't say that to the press and the media, but that's, you know.
What are we gonna, of course, we're not through with the year, but we're close. What are we gonna, are we
I
running-
estimated 13 million.
Say that again.
I estimated the fund balance to be 13 million.
Drop from 18 to 13, right?
At the end of this year.
So instead of dropping 6 million, we just dropped 5. But that's before you've done this budget. You've estimated 13
To end this year with.
to end this year, but we know next year is a $7 million deficit. So
Yeah,
now
I
you're
didn't even look at next
And
year.
what are we putting into contingency this year?
2 million.
We
So,
need to not spend that. I know
so it's
that.
not just this year. Then next year, if we're 7 million short, we're 3 million.
We need 7,250,000 as a 3-month holdback. The least you want to go, the least fund balance you want to go is 3 months, because tax dollars don't start rolling in until December, so you need 3 months of savings to pay payroll in October, November, December to get through those 3 months.
And part of this $1,500 and $2,000 doesn't mean anything. What it does is mentally prepare people that you can't just keep coming to the well. You know, I mean, we got people, nonprofits coming to us and asking for money.
That's the first place that's a really tough deal right there.
I mean,
You know, like, I feel like I gotta help them, but like,
the feds,
Right.
but the feds are cutting them, the state's cutting them, and that's now been handed down to us. You know, and it's easy for the state and feds because they don't have to look at them at Walmart and at church and places like that. But
it's hard.
bottom line is life ain't fair and everything ain't equal.
It's a, so,
And that's including a debt service rate of 0.0038 because it pays off in February.
pay out for what?
The debt pays off in February.
For the jail.
So that is moving at least a penny back to general fund just from debt service.
That'll help.
Now, that's for next year.
Yeah.
That's 430,
That's in that
that's
number.
part of that
That's in
400.
that number.
Yes.
You know, but I mean, and I'm sure as chief budget officer, you get considerably more questions than we do.
Yeah.
But I mean, and you can
I
answer
do.
them I mean, you may understand this far better than I do,
I
and
doubt very seriously.
I would apologize to the public if I misled them, but I don't think I have.
Oh, one other thing too, let me just throw out there too. There is a conception that we spend a lot more money on things than we do people. People, not just public, but people that work for the county are really where we've got to concentrate. Rather than,
Our employees are our biggest cost.
and should be,
Yeah, 100%.
and should be. That's right.
But you will reach a point, like I said, we can wine them and dine them for the next 3 years and lay them off. Ain't that a heck of a reward?
Now, that's what we've got to avoid.
But see, that's that gloom and doom I'm preaching out there.
my fear.
And so,
That's
it's,
why I was against raises last year. I'm against them this year. I mean, people can put a bullseye on my head all they want to, but like Gary said a minute ago, like if I'm not speaking that, I'm not representing my people the best way. You know, it's just the facts of life. I'm a private business owner. I haven't given my employees raises because the economy's terrible. Like I'm trying to keep them afloat. You know.
but in a business, at some point, your profit margin goes south and you can't pay your bills.
100%. You know, and there's a lot of times it's just that way, and it sucks. You know, and I have people say, well, you can't always run a government like you run your personal businesses. Well, no, but there are a hell of a lot of similarities when our backs are up against the wall like they're about to be. So,
Okay,
yeah.
so we all have a challenge here. And that challenge is to figure out where we can
Or have a plan in the future.
have a plan.
But if
When
you-
do we want to get back together again?
I think we need at the very last minute so we don't just keep on hashing. We're gonna have to make the decisions.
I think I'm done, guys. I mean, we've done this 4, 5, or 6 times, and the decision ain't gonna get any easier. And unless we got a money tree, the money ain't growing. We've seen the numbers. We need to set a date and do our preliminary budget and our proposed tax rate and move on.
All right, what is that date? And
I think we said August the 7th or 8th or something.
do what?
I think we talked about August the 8th. Well, it has to be by August the 15th. Our next court's August the 8th. I mean, it ain't, I mean, we've said here, and, yeah, I'm done.
It can't be a special court.
Cannot be?
It
No,
has to be, it cannot be a special.
has to be a regular court.
Yeah, it has to be a regular court. I think it's the 8th, what we talked about, August the 8th, the
It's the
second Monday.
14th.
August 14th.
14?
14th.
Fourth,
But I mean, we all got a whole lot going on to be sitting in here 3 and 4 hours at a time and walking out and not changing the number. So. And this is it would be good if we could look at it superficially every month, you know, and not wait till budget time.
But
We
you
hear
can be
something
thinking
about
about it between now and then. And let's say we do come back on August 14th and just come back prepared to vote on the budget. Reasonable? What do y'all think?
Yes, that's what we're gonna do.
That's our deadline. That's our problem.
Deadline,
You got to do it, deadline, you got to do it.
That's right.
Then we stick a fork in it because it's done.
So one last time, you don't think that one more get-together before the 14th would be?
Judge,
anything?
I have wasted lots of breath here trying to make an impression on people. And, you know, you guys don't need me here to make decisions. This is what, the third or fourth time we've spent. And I've never seen us drag it out this long. It's not pleasant, it's not pretty, it's not popular, and it's not gonna get any better if we wait till the last day.
That's right. But you've said yourself, it's not been this tough in the past either. This is a different
We've
animal.
had different personalities that will take a position and we get on. Whether we agreed or disagreed.
So the last few years, I mean, this is my fourth,
Said,
I'm in my fifth year, so this is and the first budget was already done when I got here. Anyway, of all the budgets I've been a part of, this is the first time that I have been as active as I am and understand as much as I do, because I finally have my feet in the ground, and the other guys did kind of take over and push us forward, kind of like me and Gary have been, because we're more veteran.
Right.
So I used to be where they are.
And we look to you.
Yeah, and that's why I don't push them to talk, because I was in the same way. I didn't understand it. We all have to have a learning curve. I finally understand it more. So, like, you know, that's, you know, he's right. The decision, we have to make a decision. I told Adam that this morning, it's time we have to make a decision. So, whatever date y'all set, let's do it.
It doesn't have to be that you're not on the same date.
did you hear her?
Oh, what'd you say, Pam?
I was just asking, that's how we did last year, we'll have to set the next court, we'll have to set it on the agenda to set a date, and then we'll set it for the next one.
Well, not too late, isn't it? 28's too late, isn't it?
what?
No, we can put it on the agenda.
To set the adoption of the public hearing for the budget and adopt the budget?
The final one, that'd be the final one, on the 28th. But we gotta do the other one by the 15th. Gotta have the preliminary and stuff by the 15th, right?
We've already done
We've
that.
done the preliminary.
Proposed,
Oh.
and we did that 2 courts ago.
So on the agenda,
To,
next one.
to set the hearing for the adoption of the budget.
Getting the calendar right's harder than the process.
Are y'all gonna vote on JP2's car allowance? Just talking about it, ain't gonna put it in the budget.
What do y'all want to do? Y'all speak up on that one.
JP2's car allowance to go up $1,200.
think-
$1,200.
Go up
They either
1,200.
his need to either go up 1,200 to make a match, or bring precinct one's down 1,200 to make a match.
Why do they need to match?
And I
Well, I
still
mean,
never
I guess they
agreed
have
that
to.
everybody's got a match and
I guess
everybody's.
they don't have to.
I
I
mean,
feel like that's just the way I feel. That's, you know, they don't have to. You're right.
Jody come to us last year with that had a good valid reason why he needed it.
Yeah, that's true.
Fuel was up $4.50 or $5, whatever it
We-
was,
you know,
and it's
with the-
gone down
you
a
know, and
dollar.
Tires are up.
And the same with the, you know, the same with the numbers. We voted not to take away that employee. I mean, we could just leave it where it's at. I mean, we didn't take the employee and move it over.
So your motion is
Yeah.
to leave it where it is.
Why's it gotta be my motion?
Because we're talking about it. It doesn't have to be yours. I'll make that motion that we leave it where it is, okay?
Say the motion complete.
Motion that we leave the car allowance as it is for JP to,
Got a second.
second,
Did you do it or Matt do
Commissioner
it?
Sickey.
Matt, yeah.
Matt.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none.
Judge, I need to ask you a question.
Sure.
We voted on that resolution earlier, and on that resolution, it said motion made by Commissioner such and such, seconded by such and such. Did we capture that? I know you probably have that, Pam, but it went on that resolution for Ed, and I got to thinking at lunch, it says, not only did we vote on it and we signed it, but it said, it literally notes on that resolution who made those motions.
He texted me, I told him he did it.
Okay, so it's taken care of, okay.
Do you want to vote to take the zero turn 7,500 out of building maintenance?
Rick doesn't have a problem with that. This is a good mower, Rick. I mean, so I'd make the motion, we take the 7,500 out of building maintenance for the zero turn. And, do we need to say anything about, I don't want to transfer the asset.
You're just loaning it to him?
Yeah.
That's what I'm putting in my notes.
Okay. So, yeah, I'd make that motion, we pull the,
Second.
What was his motion? I'm sorry.
I made the motion
Yeah,
to.
motion. Oh, go ahead.
To remove $7,500 from building maintenance for the purchase of a zero-turn mower.
It wasn't exactly 7,500, it was some dollars and cents.
We don't budget cents.
That's a good move.
You seconded?
It's the first time I've said it this year.
Did you second that, Matt?
Yeah.
Oh,
I have
Aaron did.
7,500.
We have a motion and it's seconded, Commissioner Hart, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. Is there anything else, Shelley, that you remember we need to?
No, I don't have anything else on my notes.
Motion to adjourn.
I'm gonna
Second.
go over to the appraisal district and sit down with them and figure out the rates.
Can I go with you?
Sure,
What'd she say?
Will you let me know when you set that meeting up?
sure.
Okay.
To what?
Is she gonna go to the appraisal district?
73,
Oh.
5189.
73.51.89, I put 75.
73, 5189. Long.
Oh,
But she put 7,500 in the budget, so.
Yeah.
Okay, did I hear a motion to adjourn?
and a second.
Motion, Commissioner Snuggs, second, Commissioner Hollowell, all in favor? Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Gentlemen,
At 4:11.
Elizabeth?